this afternoon.
Nice, nice. You keeping Santa in line? Helping him out at the workshop, I hope.
Yeah, we were making stuff for you guys.
Looking forward to it. Thank you, Councillor Gore. Okay, Council, we're full strength today. Looking good. Good afternoon and welcome to the December 15th regular meeting of Council. The City of Parksville recognizes the people of the Coast Salish Nations and their traditional territory upon which we gather with gratitude. Up front, we have the consent agenda regarding the minutes of the council meeting held December 1st, 2025, and the approval of the council meeting agenda. Do I have a mover seconder for the recommendation as noted? Moved by Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor Grenz. Any errors or omission or questions or submission? None? All those in favor? That carries unanimous. Thank you. The first report on the agenda is regarding from the Director of Community Planning and Building regarding a follow-up report for the development variance permit application at 360 Hearst Avenue West to consider issue of a development variance permit. This was deferred from the October 6, 2025 regular meeting due to the Postal Service disruption. So we're moving a lot ahead with this right now. But before asking for a mover or seconder for the, do we have a report as well on this one? No report other than what was in our package? Any verbal report? None. Thank you. Do we have anyone in the gallery who wishes to provide comment to council on the proposed variance as noted? That is for 360 Hearst Avenue West. Okay. Was there any correspondence received to that effect? No, I see negative by our Director of Planning. Thank you. Council, I ask for a mover or seconder for the variance permit application. Moved by Councillor Grenz, seconded by Councillor Beale. All those in favor? Carries. Thank you. Up next, we have a report from the Director of Community Planning and Building regarding the consideration of an anticipated 20-year housing need and associated housing policies to decide the needs capacity of the OCP and zoning bylaw and the 7 housing policy categories in accordance with the city's house needs assessment report. Mr. Russell, are you coming to the podium or are we just... Okay, you're absolutely. We can hear you from there and you got your slide stack all ready to go. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This is just really a sort of summary of the report because I realize that it has a lot of really exciting tables in it that people may or may not totally get from the body of the report. The purpose of this is we were legislatively required to determine our 20-year capacity in both the city's zoning bylaw and official community plan in accordance with the housing needs report. In this case, the interim housing needs report that was accepted last year. So this just shows what our OCP, there's a bunch of different land use designations. In this case, we're interested in those that deal with residential. So we have our high density type residential designations, which includes the downtown core, the highway mixed use areas, as well as our high density residential areas. We also have a number of low and medium density designations within the city. And this is just using one example of how some of the numbers were derived at. So some of our official community plan areas have specified densities in them. Others do not. The other aspect is the province has precluded the use of bonus density provisions in zones as well as in the plan. So it's based on sort of the default density. So in the case of the downtown, for example, in our apartment zone, typically the standard density is 25 dwelling units. It's 25 dwelling units per hectare per floor. In the downtown zone, the zone OCP, supports up to 5 stories. typically with one of those stories being commercial. So essentially 4 floors of residential. So that brings in the downtown OCP policies a potential capacity of 100 dwelling units per hectare. Based on the area of the downtown, approximately 15.7 and some odd hectares. That works out to a capacity in the downtown of 15,074 units. So in the report, there's this really exciting table that has all the different OCP categories broken down with their density. So where the density is specified in the designation, it's got the number beside it where it's derived based on 25 dwelling units per hectare. It's got a little star beside it. And so depending on the scenario, as we can see our OCP, this is assuming future subdivision of all residential properties. This is assuming 4 dwelling units per residential property, which was a result of the provincial change due to the small multi-unit or the SHMU or whatever folks want to call it. The reality is that's probably not a realistic outcome. So there's a couple other scenarios that are provided. This just shows that original scenario. And then below it is assuming, using that original scenario, assuming that 40% of the land for future subdivision is consumed by roads, parks, et cetera. So that right away already drops that down to 34,000 and some odd. If we were to go with our original density or our predominant density, we would have had, mostly 1 dwelling unit per property. I think in the city, there's approximately 150 secondary dwellings, at least there was last year. And I don't believe that has increased significantly. But if we assume 1 dwelling per property based on our standard size, then we're looking at a capacity of about 26,000. And then again, if we assume that 40% of the land is being consumed by roads, then we're down to 24,000, which is really what our plan is. We've always set our OCP as a capacity of about 20 to 25,000. And really that provincial change has provided more capacity. But the purpose of this exercise is to ensure that we have sufficient capacity for the next 20 years of housing need based on the 2021 census. That's sort of as the starting point. In the report, it provides a detail on how much capacity we have, which I forgot to make a slide for, if I make a small admission here. So our currently, or in 2021, there were 6,755 occupied dwellings within the city of Parksville. That means that there is a need for, and with the housing needs report identifying 3,604 new dwellings, there's still, as I said, with even the lowest capacity scenario at 24,000, there's more than ample capacity to meet our anticipated 20-year housing need in the OCP. Zoning bylaw. So these are all the zones in the city. These are the zones that contain residential designations. This would be, for example, our RS3 zone. Right now there's 21 some odd hectares. The base density in this zone without any bonus density provision is 75 dwelling units per hectare. This zone normally accommodates 3-story apartment buildings or other 3-story types of development. Based on the area, that would work out to 16,026 dwelling units in total OCP capacity. This is sort of how we derive at our residential street patterns when we look at the single family residential and small lot residential. So if we picked a sort of suburban-esque kind of neighborhood, we can see that about 26% is consumed by roads and 74% is comprised of land. If we add 5% park dedication, that is typical to subdivision, we end up with about 40% being consumed, not as residential lots, with the remaining approximately 60% being available as land for lots. So if we take our RS1 and SLR1 zones, which are our residential zones, again, this scenario is assuming 4 dwelling units per lot. We can see that, again, there's capacity in the zoning bylaw for 26,811 dwelling units, well within the scope that we need to meet the provincial requirements for the next 20 years. This was all the zones in the city, all the CD zones, their various densities. And again, there's that 26,811. And these are just sort of assuming if there, again, this is just for comparison. So if there was no subdivision, we would be at about 23,000. If we assume subdivision, but only 1 dwelling unit per lot, we're at 12,800. And if we assume residential 1 with 1 dwelling per lot and no subdivision, we're at just under 12,000. So as I said, the zoning capacity is estimated between around 12,000 to 26,000. If we exclude the existing 6,755 dwelling units as of 2021, it shows that we have a future capacity between 5,200 and 20,000 dwelling units, sufficient to accommodate the 3,604 new dwelling units identified in the housing needs report for the next 20 years. In the report, and I'm not going to go through this in detail, but there's a summary of the 7 housing needs categories. Those come from the housing needs report, and our OCP contains policies that support the various 7 categories of housing need based on review. The other aspect in the provincial model is they suggest doing a dwelling unit uptake, and I've sort of compressed this table here so it fits. But they basically ask you to look back over the last 15 census years and figure out what your absorption rate is annually. And in the larger table that's in the report, it provides the estimated population increase as kind of an adjustment factor. And so using that, it's showing that our absorption rate over the next 20 years to 2041 from 2021 would be 2,277. Now you'll notice that our absorption rate appears to be lower than the identified housing need of around 3,500. So that would suggest that we actually may be approving less than what is being identified in the housing needs report, at least based on the last 3 census trends. That being said, the provincial exercise was simply to prove that there was sufficient capacity in the official community plan and zoning bylaw for the next 20 years, as well as to verify that those 7 policy categories are covered. And that's the end of my summary of the report. And if there's any questions of council, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you, Mr. Russell. And just for my own clarification, well, this housing needs assessment report, is this a requirement by the province?
If I may, Mayor, yes.
And it needs to be submitted once it's approved here by council. It needs to be submitted annually, or how does that look to the province requirements?
Certainly. So every 5 years, the city is required to do a housing needs assessment report. And then within a year of that, it then has to review its zoning bylaw and official community plan and housing policies to ensure that they have the capacity for those items that were identified in that housing needs report.
Right. Thank you. That clarifies anyways how often we have to go through this process. And thank you very much for doing this. The other comment I just wanted to make mention with the amount of building and so forth, what the SMU report anyways indicates what we're supposedly trying to increase our density for and to meet the provincial requirements. However, the one factor that always oversteps every other consideration is the fact of market supply and demand. And so we can say that we want this much development, we can encourage this amount of development, or we can encourage less development, but it's all based on the amount of supply and demand. As you say, the population needs assessments are one thing, but the amount of people, to cut to the chase, we can keep on building apartments that are sorely needed in our area, but at some time we're going to hit a saturation point of market. Once that market exceeds, and so the vacancy rates start to achieve higher levels of 4 to 5 or 6%, then the market will, for building new apartments, will simply stop because the developer or the property owner is not willing to take a risk on having empty units. So the market will control an awful lot of where we go, but we obviously have capacity to grow if the market exceeded what the province hopes to actually create more housing units for all of British Columbia. So I'm impressed that we're meeting our goals, we're exceeding our goals in many cases, and we're in good shape. So I'm fully satisfied that we're in the right direction. I'll leave it open now for council. Go ahead, Council Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Russell, you know, with all this expansion, and thank you for your report, it gives us peace of mind that things are being looked after and done progressively well. I get a comment, probably every second constituent I talk to is about all this building, and then what about our water, for example? They always want to know, do we have enough water? And I know that is, everything's fine, but I would love to hear what you say about that, because I have my own way of saying it, and I'm sure yours is much more professional. So thank you.
If I may, Mayor, through to Councillor Martin. So the municipal water capacity is something that changes with time. So the city over time makes investments in different infrastructure. So for example, our water treatment plant, only half of it was built. It was actually designed to be a bigger water treatment plant. And so as that capacity is needed, that infrastructure can be expanded or investments can be made. And as I said, the planning for it has been based on, assumed population growth patterns, but those are adjustable over time. It's not set in stone. And we will be having Kerwood Lydell, I believe, present in the new year. So they've done the city's water capacity study. January the 19th, I'm informed. And so more information will be available on the water capacity aspect when that's presented to council.
Councillor Grens, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you to our Director of Planning. Thank you for the report. I think it's a big checkbox that the province has required of us. First, the housing needs assessment, and now the taking that housing needs assessment to see how our OCP currently measures against that. I do have some questions because it almost seems like there's some conflicting data there. So can you maybe clarify what you mean by absorption? I recognize that it looks like have the zoned capacity to far exceed what the housing needs report would ask of us. But we seem to be maybe building much less than is being asked of us. Is that kind of the correct understanding, or?
If I may, Mayor, through to Councillor Grens, I believe that's the correct understanding. And I think there's, particularly with respect to traditionally single family residential properties, lots of folks are happy with their house on their property and don't necessarily want to convert it to a fourplex. And I don't think that's gonna change anytime soon. So I sort of knew our numbers in my head, intuitively before basically proving my work essentially. That we had sufficient capacity, but the reality is that, and I think it's sort of alluded to in the last table on the sort of amount of dwelling units that are being created essentially each year, how that sort of lower, the dwelling unit uptake is lower than the housing needs assessment report, and that probably I would say represents other types of housing units besides single-family dwellings, where that capacity I anticipate will need to come from in order to meet those identified numbers, which could potentially become targets, potentially like targeted numbers that the city may have to achieve depending on provincial direction.
Follow up? Go ahead.
Thank you. And that actually leads nicely into my follow-up, which is whether we've had any correspondence from the province around targets. I understand that Parksville is next on the list, but have we heard anything more on what those targets, and can we maybe speculate? Are they just going to be basically what's in this report?
If I may, Mayor, through Councillor Grenz, the province works in mysterious ways, and I'd be hazard to guess what their targets may be. But it's certainly, the housing needs report may suggest a potential target versus what our absorption rate to date has been. But your guess is as good as mine, honestly.
One more follow-up. Thank you.
Follow-up.
Thank you. So looking ahead at the financial plan, the financial plan appears to contemplate much lower revenue coming in from development over the next 5 years, maybe sort of the next 2 years still reasonably high, but then kind of drops off. Is that related all to the prediction around what development might look like here and the numbers of the money that would come in from that development? Or is that just maybe that's a finance question?
If I may, Mayor, through to Councillor Grenz. So I believe the Director of Finance has taken some insight from myself, but in certainly speaking to different developers, I understand that some of the financing aspects of financing construction is becoming a little bit more challenging right now. So particularly with the fact that pre-sales need to be made in order to achieve a lot of the financing. And so that's part of it, as well as some of the tariff aspects obviously create inflationary pressure on building and construction materials. It also creates uncertainty for folks in their career path, which tends to lower the housing market overall. And so I believe that's what's been incorporated into some of those predictions for the next couple of years.
Thank you.
Thank you. And maybe just final statement is I'm pleased to hear that. I mean, not pleased, but it is consistent with all the signs that I think we're seeing out there that we should be aware of as a council, that I feel like we are cresting the hill on the amount of development that we will be seeing in our community and maybe other communities around the country.
Yeah, it's a trend that's being replicated right across the country right now. We see it, and we're actually the last one to be affected. I'm not sure how much it'll actually affect Vancouver Island because, as we know, we are special. So, that may be not such a downturn as the rest of Canada, but that's just my own suggestion. Councillor Gore, go ahead, sir.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Mr. Russell, I have a question about the 3,640 units that we are required to build. Do you happen to have a breakdown of how much of those the province, the needs report talks about being non-market or affordable housing units?
If I may, Mayor, I can certainly get that information. It is posted on our website. It'll just take me a moment to get it. So our housing needs report is on the City of Parksville webpage in the community planning.
And yes, through the mayor, I do want to mention that looking at the report and your presentation, I see a lot of the zoning potential of the lands that are privately owned. So if in the future the need is higher for non-market housing, which we are seeing a trend again, then I guess this council needs to look at prioritizing some land acquisition or working with nonprofits in the near future so we can meet those targets for the non-market housing as well. And before you pull that number, I guess I have one more question for you, Mr. Russell. Or are you ready with the numbers?
If I may, Mayor, Councillor Gore, please ask your question. I'm still trying to find it in the report.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Russell. So my question is, we submit this report to the province saying this is our potential for the build in the next 20 years for these dwelling units that we can build. However, as you are aware, we are opening up our OCP for review. And when we do that, let's say there is some changes to the future land use map of Parksville. Does this report in any way tie our hands that we cannot change the land use in our OCP? And if we do end up changing some of the future zoning in our OCP, are we required to submit a new housing report then to the province? Thank you.
If I may, Mayor, through to Councillor Gore. So the housing needs report was submitted in 2024, and it just identifies what the anticipated future housing needs are. As part of the city's OCP review or future review, it needs to ensure that the numbers can prove that it has capacity for that. So it does, given that we appear to have sufficient capacity, unless there's some extreme change, I don't anticipate that it would tie council's hands or public input on the OCP.
Are you satisfied, Councillor Gore? All your questions were answered? Are you?
Yes,
good?
thank you, Mayor. Just waiting on the numbers out of those 3,600 units that we need to build. How many of those would be an affordable or non-market? Thank you.
Well, yes, that information we're looking up right now. We'll get that back to you. I'm going to go to Councillor Beal and then Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through to Director of Planning. Thank you very much, Mr. Russell, for the report. I don't know if I enjoyed reading. I struggled through it. I did read it at home. I got a little bit lost in some of the tables. So your summary really helped my understanding of it. A couple of questions, actually. One is that in it, you're asked to look at the 7 classes of housing, including affordable housing, rental, special needs, seniors, family housing, which I note, and that's all very interesting. And I'm wondering if affordable housing, so is that including units for extreme core house to respond to extreme core housing need, people experiencing homelessness and suppressed households? So what does affordable housing actually include in this report?
Well, all of those are forms of affordable housing. They obviously have different needs. So any household that's making 80% of the median household income in the city, that is contributing more than 30% of its income towards housing, is basically where affordable house is someone who would fit within the category, or a demographic that would fit within the category of needing affordable housing in some capacity.
Go ahead, Councillor Beal.
Thank you very much. And through to Mr. Russell again then. And so the median income is of all the residents in the city, and so it's not necessarily geared to income. Is it possible is that information on a website somewhere, or does one go to Stats Canada to find what is the median income for our area?
If I may, Mayor, through to Councillor Beal. So all that data would ultimately, Stats Canada would be the originating source of it.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I really do appreciate that you got this done. I'm very well aware of just how much work goes through our planning department, and, to get this done in a timely manner is fantastic. I do, though, have some questions, and not necessarily that you can answer them, but hopefully is that what we have are numbers, but we don't know who is behind these numbers. And what I'm getting at are, within different categories, are we talking about single parents? Are we talking about families? So in this report, it's simply units, but I do understand that it's possible to get that kind of information through the HART. I think it's Housing Assessment Research Tool, am I right? Which is found on government sites as well as UBC. Now, is that would that be a further step that your department would look at? Like
Well,
drilling down to find out who is behind or who is represented by these different numbers?
if I may, Mayor, through to Councillor Beal. So in the interim housing needs report, it does have the breakdown on extreme core housing need, persons experiencing homelessness, suppressed housing formation, anticipated growth, rental vacancy rate adjustments, and additional local demand. So those are all provided in the interim housing needs report. They have specific definitions, which are in a provincial guide, which we can certainly make available on what those definitions are. But the interim housing needs report did break down the anticipated number. Unfortunately, it's based on number of units because it's related to setting targets, but there are definitions for that for sure.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Wood, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation, Blaine. The province is giving municipalities housing needs reports. Does the province have requirements for itself to contribute to the infrastructure, a certain percentage that supports that housing growth or those housing needs that it's asking for?
If I may, Mayor, through to Councillor Wood. So the province doesn't provide housing needs reports. They provide sources of data for the city to tabulate and recalculate and model. As far as I'm not aware of a specific infrastructure grant at this time, but from time to time they have provided local government with funding grants for infrastructure. I'm thinking the last one is maybe 3 or 4 years ago when a large novelty truck came to City Hall. So what their future program plans are for that, again, I suspect they may have changed slightly just due to some of the economic and tariff constraints that we're under. But had those other things not occurred, I would anticipate something, but now I'm not so sure.
Sure. If I might just follow up with a quick comment to yourself, Mayor and Council, that, we hear from UBCM and FCM all the time that it's one thing to, have housing requirements. It's a whole other thing to, the province contributed $8.5 million to the French Creek Pollution Control Center to support the housing, the housing needs in our area. And that's a very small percentage of what's currently a $140 million project. And so it's one thing to have housing needs given to local governments, but it's a whole other thing to help those local governments and help the people who are paying their property taxes to keep housing affordable, because the rest of it goes on to their property taxes, that infrastructure that we're building to support the housing. So, and on affordable non-market housing, this council coming up on 2 years ago, approved a 36-unit non-market housing development, and we're waiting for the province and BC Housing to give us the funding to go ahead. And so a lot of what we do depends on the province, and we hope that they find the financing to help us help them meet their targets. Thanks.
Right, and to your comment about the infrastructure shortfall, which we have with the province, it seems to be on a one-off basis. That we have to ask for a specific ask for a specific product. And as we understand, as Mr. Russell alluded to, we have a comprehensive water study that's coming forward, which is going to undoubtedly suggest some projects that may be necessary to support the housing that we're building in the area. And so I would suggest within 6 months, within our term, the rubber's going to hit the road, and we're going to make a request to the province and the feds, of course, to actually support that, supplementing our water supply or storage and so forth. And it's not going to be a small ask. So we will see at that particular point where we can take the province at its word that they will support us with infrastructure funding, because this is going to be a definitive ask, and we're going to expect it to be paid in full. So stay tuned. I'm sure the province will, as per the last housing minister, come through in that regard to supplies with that infrastructure shortfall. I'm sure they will. I also believe in unicorns too. So there we go. Moving on, Councillor Martin, go ahead. Yeah, sir.
Second comment here. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I want to hitchhike on Councillor Wood's message about housing, because we worked very hard to have this housing, non-market housing done down near the Serious Coffee there. It took us a long time to get that. It's been through many councils even. And now we're sitting here for a couple of years. I understand it's $12 million the Lion Society is waiting for from BC Housing. So I don't know, can we send them another letter, or how do we, is there any way we can move this along? I mean, I know everything with government takes longer, and I accept that because it's everywhere. But is there anything more we can do?
It's been followed up. Thank you for the question, Councillor Martin. It's been followed up a number of times with our local MLA and so forth with that particular project. The wheels of the province move very slowly, and I'm not alarmed at this. This is okay, but in the meantime, what I have to look at the success stories is that we've created a large number of affordable housing projects by Bolinas Housing, and phase 2 is actually on the books now, so it's coming as well. So, and those are much larger units and much larger numbers that came through. Those are done. Those are occupied right now. So we're supplying a lot of that affordable housing market, and more to follow as well, which comes from a different funding stream when Bolinas Housing goes looking for that for us. And they're very well organized outfit, and so they're very pleased to receive the support from City of Parksville, which they have. So that's coming. The other one, as we say, by Heritage Mall, it'll happen, but it just takes longer than what we'd like it to do. Patience is a virtue in this game, unfortunately. Any further questions for Mr. Oh, did you have your hand up, Mr. Russell? Go ahead.
If I may, Mayor, this was just following up to one of Councillor Gore's question, which I believe was just the breakdown on the different housing numbers that make up the future 3,604. So extreme core housing need, the 20-year number is around 272. Persons experiencing homelessness, the 20-year need is 79.75, which would round up to 80. For suppressed housing household formation, so those are folks, say young adults who haven't left the nest yet because the way the housing market is, that is almost 290. As a result of just standard anticipated growth, that's 2,387. There's a rental vacancy rate adjustment of about 19 units, and then just additional local demand of about 556 dwelling units, and that's the breakdown.
Thank you, Mr. Russell. Any further questions or comments for Mr. Russell? Seeing none. Thank you. Do I have a mover and seconder for the recommendation? As per noted, 1 and 2, mover and seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Wood, seconded by Councillor Martin. All those in favor? Thank you. That carries. Next report. Next report from the Director of Finance is the 2026 to 2030 Provisional Financial Plan to provide council with the 2026 to 2030 Financial Plan bylaw. Do I move it or seconder for the recommendation as noted? Moved by Councillor Wood. You're sitting west of me, I believe. Councillor Martin, seconds. Thank you. Any further discussion? Go ahead, Councillor Gore.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. It was through you, first of all, I want to thank our staff for engaging with us over the last few months. We've been going over the financial plan in depth. We spent numerous hours, numerous meetings to come up with this plan. We have been getting emails, as you've heard, about people's concern with the 6.8% increase that's being projected for the coming fiscal year. This is on top of what people had last year, 6.6. So all in all, I'm seeing that it's becoming unsustainable for homeowners to keep paying these increased property taxes. And to be mindful, this 6.8% increase is only on the 47% of what a household will pay. There will be higher increases when it comes to the school tax, the hospital district, the library, the RDN, and all that. So, and I understand, like being part of those deliberations here with you all, it was very, we spent a lot of time on this. And I know, looking at the pressures we are facing when it comes to infrastructure, the policing, the fire, I don't expect this number to be significantly low. I don't expect it to be 2%, 3%, anything like that. But at the same time, I do want to recognize the fact that myself being a taxpayer in Parksville, it is becoming very, very difficult for families to make those choices between staying in the homes that they love, especially for our seniors on fixed income, and young families who are raising kids, to make those choices between a shelter and the food. As you probably all saw in the news, starting next year, families will pay over $1,000 more for groceries. So I believe we had the opportunity to perhaps lower this a little bit more than we are at 6.8. That's my take on the number that we have. I don't feel comfortable approving this increase. There were a few instances where, I believed we could have done without increasing the property taxes. I don't want to go into the details on those, but I do want to mention the struggles that average Parksville resident feels when we approve these high property taxes. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments or discussion? Sorry, Councillor Grants, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a question through a Director of Finance. When we're looking at the 5-year plan, to what extent are we incorporating in the projections the new market build as opposed, so the growth in the community, as opposed to just the growth in the cost of delivering the services? I'm looking at each subsequent year, not just sort of the upcoming year.
Thank you for your question. Through the mayor to Councillor Grenz, we assume a 1% increase in both our property tax and water revenues in terms of just general growth in the population.
Okay.
Each first year of the 5-year financial plan, we actually adjust that to the actual growth. And so during one of our meetings, I did bring back that preliminary BC assessment roll. It showed a little bit higher than that. So in our spring amendment, we may be able to adjust that if the final roll shows that there was more growth, and council would have an opportunity to pull back the property tax increase reflective of essentially what's a windfall, right? In terms of that growth relative to what we assumed. It can go the other way as well. And that last year we assumed 1%, it was actually less than that. And so it can go both ways. On the expense side, so that's on the revenue side. On the expense side, then we make various assumptions of inflation that vary depending on what the service is and what the nature of the expenditure is. So for example, our collective agreement defines what certain wage increases are. Our construction costs are higher than what we're showing, say, for office supplies or something like that. So we do try to drill down on our cost estimates to really define an assumed inflation rather than just 2.5% across the board or anything like that. Each department really looks at what are they seeing on the inflation side? Where are we being impacted by tariffs? And fortunately, we didn't see huge impacts in our day-to-day costs because of tariffs. As you know, we left that contingency amount in there funded by surplus, but I feel like our staff does a good job of trying to estimate what's the real estimated cost increase on this rather than just blanket numbers in our model.
Thank you. And maybe just a comment, and including through to Councillor Gore's comments, is that I too am concerned about what we're seeing as a general trend in local government of significant increases in taxes. And we're taxing an asset that is not actually realized money in any sense. It's just on paper money that is being taxed. And ideally we're taxing as a portion of someone's cash flow as opposed to something they don't actually get the money from until they sell it. That said, I do feel comfortable with what the city of Parksville is doing with the financial plan. We did, as Councillor Gore pointed out, take great care to try to minimize the tax increases, recognizing the various pressures that are on us as a city to provide services. And we try, and I do believe staff does a great job of providing great value for those services. There are a few things that I am concerned about in the financial plan. For example, the library requisition, which is set to increase 8% per year. And there is, with the cumulative impact over 5 years of 36% in just the library requisition, and voters don't have as direct of a say in what that requisition amount will be because they don't directly vote for that item on their tax bill as they do for their City of Parksville tax bill. So there are some concerns I have around that, and I hope that we can maybe dig into that with the library board, and we see similar pressures that I do understand for the regional district and the hospital district board, and there are reasons for those going up quite a bit. But as regards Parksville, I feel comfortable with where we're at to vote in favor of the financial plan, and also look forward to in the spring when we see these numbers coming in for an opportunity to hopefully adjust down if we can. So thank you.
Right. Go ahead, Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Mayor. Just through yourself to council, I think we did quite a good job at looking at the services that we deliver for the property tax increase. We all wanted to keep them as low as possible, but it's always a balance with services. Especially with regards to the RDN, we're looking at a purchase with Hamilton Marsh, and if there isn't $7.5 million from other groups that are donated to that, it's a bit of a referendum sort of, and then the RDN will not go through with that purchase. I would guess. We'll see what happens. When we're dealing with French Creek Pollution Control Center, to go back to that, that's a $140 million infrastructure project that we've only seen $8.5 million from the province, and that's going to be coming on property taxes as well. And then from the hospital district, we have been taxing, you and I have been taxing for healthcare that we don't get a lot of pushback from the community that we need this. And so we are taxing for our share. And it was a great vote that we saw at the board, Mayor, where it was unanimous to use $50 million that we have in the bank ready to go for a catheterization lab that's much needed in Nanaimo at NRGH. That the province, I think it's probably financial restrictions that are holding them back right now from saying, yes, let's get going. And then we said, hey, here's $50 million. We'll front you the money. You can pay us back later, but let's get going. And so these are some of the huge infrastructure costs that we see on various parts of our tax bill. And I think this council has done a good job at balancing the service delivery and the tax requisition. I do want to thank our Director of Finance because I think she does a fantastic job for us. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Wood. Go ahead, Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Jetta, for all you did with explaining it all to us. And we worked really hard to keep it within reason because it is, it's our taxpayers. And even recently, I was so concerned about the tax increase with the cost of everything. And I talked to our CAO about it and what we've done. And I went over it with a few constituents because they were talking to me and some of the details and, they understood where the money was going, right? However, if we can make some adjustments in May, if things are, if we're able to, that would be helpful. Again, it's a concern. We live in a very wealthy community, but on the other hand, a lot of people are fixed incomes, and then there's the others with the children. And there's so many things that are affecting all of us right now. So I just thought I'd let you know, Mr. Mayor and Jetta too. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. My comments are this council worked very hard and keeping it to our tax increase to the lowest level we possibly could. We provided fees for a lot of our community organizations in the city, which may not necessarily be what they asked, but we came up with what we felt was a reasonable amount to support those community organizations who do so much amazing work in our city. We couldn't achieve all their wishes, but we achieved some of their wishes and so forth. But the pressure is huge upon council to make those decisions, and those very difficult decisions we make. We also make difficult decisions when it comes to requests from our public for items that have been downloaded to us from the province. And I'm going to specifically speak to one. It's the doctor shortage in our city and all over British Columbia as well. But we hear loud and clear from our constituents that we need more doctors here. And I can address this right now. We as a city are looking at ways that we can do that. But in reality it's costing us, it's going to cost us money, your taxpayers' money. Your taxes come in to provide space, perhaps, for a primary care network. That's money, that's dollars that you have contributed. But you have also said you want doctors, and it's your right to have doctors, and we agree. But in this particular case, it's one more pressure on our taxpayers, as Councillor Grimes mentioned, that the asset that we're taxing is your homes, and you have no choice other than to lose your homes. So it's unfortunate that we have that only source of revenue, but that's the fact of life. And so that's why we have to have a tax increase. A zero tax increase is just not feasible, because you're just going to put off necessary expenses to another day. And we don't do that well. We have a very astute financial planning process in place to do with mostly is infrastructure management. And it's a very big deal with us that we create reserves in all of our classes of infrastructure here to make sure that when those infrastructure starts to fail, when they need replacing, it doesn't equate to a large tax increase for that one particular, whether it be a water main, whether it be a sewer system, whether it be a failing any part of infrastructure in Parksville. By having reserves built up, it lessens the impact on our taxpayer. So part of the money that you're paying right now, your homeowners, are actually going into asset infrastructure reserves. And that's to lessen the impact of future increases for the infrastructure that we all rely on every day. Everyone wants to turn on the water and get water. Everyone wants to flush that toilet and it goes away. So we will continue to do that because that is our responsibility. But it's a difficult responsibility because costs are increasing every step of the way, as our financial department have already said. Every which way, the capital costs are risen astronomically. So that is the pressure that's on us. So I'm satisfied that this council has done their due diligence in bringing a responsible tax increase to the city of Parksville. And I'm very proud of them and proud of our staff to come up with such solutions as to make sure that we can minimize that impact on our taxpayers. And so I'm fully in support of this plan. I'll be voting for it today. And I thank council for their support as well. Any further comments? All those in favor? Those who are opposed? I note that Councillor Gore is opposed. Thank you. That carries. Okay. The next report we have is the Manager of Administration Services regarding the Intercommunity Business License Bylaw, revising the Vancouver Island Intercommunity Business License Bylaw as per the noted changes in your package. Do I have a mover seconder for the recommendations, please? Moved by Councillor Wood, seconded by Councillor Beal. Any comments or discussion regarding this? Go ahead, Councillor Gore.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I have a question to staff on this. Has there been an input from the PDBA or the chamber on this? And my question is, I looked at the list of the businesses that are excluded from this, and I was surprised to see that the food trucks are not included in this. Is there a reason why?
CAO Kaler, if you could address that question, please.
Thank you. Through you to council. So this is actually a template from 14 different municipalities. It's not a specific Parksville bylaw. And what it does is enable businesses that are agreed upon with all of those 14 municipalities, 14, not 18, right? 14, that they can operate within our city, but also all of those other cities under one bylaw or one business license, sorry, so that they don't have to get 14 business licenses. With food trucks specifically, there's different rules in each community over where they're allowed and other terms around how they're allowed to operate. And so from the outset, there was a couple of businesses that were identified as needing more of a city-specific permission. So we've had this intercommunity business license program for about a decade. And over time, the businesses that are kind of have specific needs in each community are not allowed to get that one kind of coverall license. So someone would still be able to get a license from each community. But for example, let's just pick one city that's like City of Nanaimo, for example, they may only allow food trucks in a certain zone. So it's a bit misleading if you get an intercommunity business license from Parksville and you think you can just operate under the same conditions in Nanaimo as you could in Parksville. And so when this was put together initially from the Provincial Ministry for Economy or whatever it was called back then, it was JEDI, now it's JEG, I don't know what the acronyms all are, but the province put it forward as an economic initiative to have that one license and save people those annual fees, with the caveat that it has to be something that is easily transferable in terms of regulation across the different municipalities. So that's the reason for food trucks. And I think there's a couple of other mobile, is it taxis and then some other services that are considered to create maybe like crime prevention concerns that are maybe different in each community as well.
Go ahead, Councillor Gore.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. If I may follow up. So Kiva, what I'm hearing is that this has been in place for a decade. So we've been participant of this program for over 10 years. Is that correct?
If I may, yeah, about maybe just over a decade,
Okay.
10, 12 years.
Does
And
this
at
also,
first, oh, sorry.
sorry.
I was just going to say at first it was fewer municipalities and we've added new municipalities over the years. I think it was 7 at the beginning in the Mid-Island, and then we extended south of the Malahat. And over time, some communities will opt in. And so it's for that. This is just for the intercommunity license, not your own city's license.
Does this also include home-based businesses?
If I may, through the mayor, no, it's
ahead.
more mobile businesses. So yeah, if like someone who is traveling to different communities, like a trade person or a construction firm or an accountant or something like that. So, I mean, I think it probably could include certain home-based businesses as long as the definitions were correct, like were consistent. But you pay less for a City of Parksville home-based business license than regular license, but you could obtain an intercommunity business license as well on top of that if you wanted to.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments, council? All those in favor? That carries. Thank you. The next report from the Manager of Administrative Services is the 2026 Chamber of Commerce fee for service to consider fee for service agreement for the Parksville and District Chamber of Commerce to operate the Visitor Information Center. Do I have a mover or seconder for the recommendation? Moved by Councillor Grenz, seconded by Councillor Martin. Any discussion? All those in favor? That carries. Thank you. The next report, also from the Manager of Administration Services, is regarding the Parksville Outdoor Theatre operating agreement. To seek council approval to enter into a new agreement with the Beach Festival Society to manage the Parksville Outdoor Theatre. Do I move a second for the recommendation? Moved by Councillor Martin, second by Councillor Wood. Any discussion? Go ahead, Councillor Beale.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just wanted to get a bit of clarification. I understand that this is for the operating and booking of events and so on. But I understand, and if I could just get clarification that the theater itself, though, is owned by the city of Parksville, therefore an asset. And so does the city cover other costs, whether it be potential repairs or insurance or anything like that, any capital costs that would go with this facility?
CEO Kaler, if you could, please.
Thank you. If I may, through to Councillor Beale. Yeah, so the theater building is owned by the city and was constructed with a grant. And it is operated and booked by the Beach Fest Society at the moment. We first did a 3-year lease, and this would be a continuation of most of those terms for 5 years. And there's a little bit of both. So some of the equipment is owned by the society. And so as part of the requirement, anything that they add, any assets they add, they track and do an annual report with us so that we know who owns what. And the city owns like the shell or the majority of the building, and it is included in our asset management program because we acquired it through that process. And then there's some kind of operating things that the society takes care of, and they provide some revenue sharing with us on their ticket sales at the moment. I'm sorry, the insurance, you had a question about insurance. They don't have to have like specific insurance. Yeah. They have liability insurance for their operations, but the building itself isn't required to have anything specific. It's just insured under our like parks insurance.
Thank you. Any further questions or discussion? All those in favor? That carries. Thank you. The next report, also from the Manager of Administration Services, is regarding the Parksville District 69 area arena lease for the Parksville Curling Club Society. Do I have a mover or seconder for the recommendations? Moved by Councillor West. West, why are you West? I'm thinking of Batman. It could be the black. It could be the black outfit, you know? Could you get some ears? You know, I'm old enough to remember that guy. Anyways, Councillor Wood moved, seconded by Councillor Grenz. Any discussion from any other superheroes? Or not? Okay, a question? Or are you voting? Okay, a question? Go ahead, Councillor Beale.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We did receive some follow-up information or questions from the current leaseholders. And I'm wondering if the lease is not agreed to or signed immediately, is there, what would happen then? Or is there the possibility for further discussions about the lease if there are some issues that the leaseholder would like to have resolved or get more information about? Like, I'm just wondering what procedure would be in place to continue negotiations if that was needed, or if there was, anything like that.
CEO Kaler, if you could help explain the process, thank you.
Thank you. Yes. So do you mean if council doesn't agree to the lease, or if the lease tenant doesn't agree to the lease? So the lease, we have had discussions with council that feed into the recommendations in the report. And if the lease is not signed, then there's a lot of different options that I think we'd have to work with council to decide what your vision is for the building and for the use and long-term, like what it is council's looking for. We don't get any money from the site, so there's no revenue implication. But there's probably lots of other things that could be happening in the building, or lots of other things that could be happening if the building is demolished, like has been mentioned in some of the approved plans. But I think that's just a very big conversation that hasn't even started. So we'd have to get direction from council on what your vision is there. So yeah, I guess that's the best answer I can provide right now.
Follow up? Go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, in reading more and getting background on the whole arrangement with the arena, I understand that some of those scenarios have been floated, such as, should there be a regional facility? Would this building be torn down at some time? What will happen in the park? And so I'm rather concerned that this could put the organization, in this case, a curling club, well, I guess there are agreements for, if people want to leave the lease, it can be done, it could be terminated earlier.
Yep.
But signing on to a 5, you mentioned that there haven't really been discussions on a regional level as to the future here. Is there a plan, or is this something that needs to wait for council direction in order to have a good hard look at that facility and what is wanted by the community and council in the city?
CEO Taylor, go ahead.
Sure, thank you, through the mayor. So a couple of things there. There's been some approved plans at the regional level and at the city level that the long-term vision is not to have that curling use in the community park. Discussions were held when the master plan was happening with the RDN about 2020 timeframe, maybe just before COVID, that it should be looked at as a region. So all of District 69, people paying into that regional service. And there was discussion about it being a new investment in a purpose-built facility somewhere in the region. I'm not aware of any movement on that from the RDN level. I certainly haven't been invited to discussions lately on that. So I think either if the directors who sit here at the RDN aren't aware of anything, I think it's fine for the City of Parksville Council to ask for a status update. The intent, I think, around the 5-year lease right now is to provide some stability and continuity for a 5-year period while that discussion might happen. And I think when the city a few councils ago took the property from the RDN, it was to prevent a more imminent demolition plan that was being activated by the region. And it was under the understanding that there wasn't any city expectation around investment or confirming the long-term plan. And so I think that is kind of an unknown at this point, with the caveat that we have 2 policies at our level and the RDN level that don't support the long-term continuation of that use in that building. So I think it is a question that both the region and the council have to look at, and it most likely would involve all the other municipalities in District 69 as well. So I think this recommendation from staff is really to buy some time for that discussion to happen with all the other priorities and all the other costs that we as a city of Parksville are looking at, and other things that may be on the regional docket that I'm not aware of. So I don't know what their plan looks like or their asset management, system. So I think it is a conversation that would have to be either initiated by one of the parties. The region makes the most sense. However, I think with respect to this building, they kind of absconded, they gave us the building, right? So I think the conversation needs to happen around the service and what that would look like and how many participants and what's the willingness to pay, or whether it's a, partnership with a private or a nonprofit organization. So not easy questions to answer. And we don't have any direction other than what's been adopted by both levels, saying it's not supposed to be there long-term.
I think to summarize too, Councillor Beale, in this particular case, moving forward, annually, if the proponent themselves are not happy with the existing, then since it's our staff that actually arranges all the lease arrangements, they would be presenting to our staff anyways, a list of items that they may want to have revisited on the lease and so forth, and our staff would talk with that and so forth. And if that required that sometimes some council approval, then our staff would bring it to council to ask if this is favorable for what council, if council wants to give that level of support. But as it is right now, that the process would have to be started by the proponent to actually come to staff and say they would like a revisit or looking into this, even though we're going out for the 5-year plan here. So I think that if those questions can be made to staff, and then staff can summarize that and what it looks like, and with all the legal implications of what that or what the original agreement was, that's why it goes to the staff purpose. And then they will come to us and say that this is what we're looking for, and with council approval, may be looking at a different set of dollars involved or not, maybe charging for the facility. I'm not sure what that would look like, but that's up to staff to work out those lease details. Go ahead, Councilor Bill.
Thank you for those comments. From that, can I get assurances? I'm just curious because I understand that there are some questions from the proponents as to, about whether it be insurance or other thing and hoping for some cost sharing. I understand that they're not eligible to apply for grants because they don't own the building, because it's only a 5-year lease, that there are some challenges for them. So I wonder, what I would like to know is if we go ahead and approve this, is there definitely an opportunity for the proponents to approach the city and discuss some of the details further, as in, could this lease be opened up and it looked at, or would one need to go after a shorter time period in order to allow for that possibility going down the road?
If I may, through the
Yeah,
mayor,
Taylor, go ahead.
I don't think it makes a lot of sense to sign a 5-year lease if you're not intending as a council to have a 5-year relationship with the proponent. I think there's obviously an opportunity for council if you wish to go with a shorter lease. I wouldn't recommend a 1-year lease given the year that we have ahead of us. But you could they can look at the termination clause, which also isn't really the best way to enter into a lease. I think if there's a shorter term that you think as a council is more appropriate, that's certainly something that staff can take direction on today. And it could be a 3-year term or whatever year term you want. 3-year term is probably what I would recommend, given that if we have a new council come on board, they would need some time. This is certainly probably not the only issue that will land on that new council's table. We did have some discussions during budget around critical infrastructure and critical needs. And I think that's something that a new council will have to also define for themselves. But I don't recommend entering into a lease that you're not happy with from the outset. I think that doesn't really make good administrative sense to me, but I think we've had some discussions with council. We've had some direction from council. Staff has provided its recommendations on what we think are easy-ish to accommodate in the lease request, including some new in-kind support that was actually rejected by the previous council. But if council wishes to provide more support and pay for that higher level of service, I think today would be a good time to get that direction before we finalize a lease with the proponent.
Yeah, and so my point is that opportunity was given to all of council at the time when we did our budgeting and so forth. That didn't come up with any resolutions from any council member to suggest increasing maybe dollar amounts to them or changing the lease so that the city would be responsible for more of those capital outlay. I think that from what I just heard about 20 minutes ago, about all of us are concerned about the increase of the taxes that we put through. If we had done any extra capital outlay to the curling rink at this time, it would have increased that even more. So I'm not sure that council would have had an appetite to do that, especially this time, because we're doing our best to lower the cost, not to increase the costs. And some of it is like continue on with the services provided on that basis, not to actually increase costs for those services. That's just my take on it. So, Councillor Beal, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I wasn't suggesting increasing costs or services. Quite frankly, I did get some information regarding the level of insurance that is presently requested of the proponents, including replacement, even though the talk is not about replacing this building if it had significant damage, and that perhaps a lower level of insurance would not cost as much to them. But I would like to make an amendment. I would like to.
Can I comment on that right now? The level of the insurance anyways was based on the fact it wasn't the replacement value of the building. It was actually liability of the insurance. The liability and the insurance for a curling rink is super extreme because of the ammonia plant. And so they are responsible for that. And that was one of the items that they were hoping that we would pick up on. And we said, we simply can't. That is the nature of the beast in that particular case. So that would have been an increase of cost. So just to be clear.
Thank you. I was misinformed then. I didn't think, I did assume liability would be in there, absolutely,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
not
yeah.
building replacement. I would like to make an amendment and change the length of the lease to a 3-year lease rather than a 5-year lease.
Seconded by Councillor Wood.
Sorry, if I may,
Yes.
is that a friendly amendment that both the mover and seconder being Councillor Grenz, mover Councillor Wood or West, and Councillor Grenz, is that to be a friendly amendment? If I may, Mr. Mayor, we just need agreement from the mover and seconder, or
Yeah.
else it does need to be voted on as an amendment.
Correct. Are
No, if I may.
are
Mr.
you in favor of the amendment, Councillor Grants?
Yeah, I'll allow the friendly amendment.
Yes, yeah, that is correct. Okay, so to the amended motion on the floor, if you read it out again, please, Councillor Beal.
Sorry, glasses on, glasses off, terrible thing. I don't wish it on anyone. Hang on. Okay, so it is to approve. Let's see, where is the motion? Okay, oh, no, wrong one. Sorry.
CAO Kaler might have it in front of her. Go ahead, CAO Kaler.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. We
if
have
you
it in
read
front
it.
of us for convenience. I know
Go
you
ahead.
have a lot in front
Oh,
of you there.
thank you.
So the motion is that the mayor and corporate officer be authorized to execute the lease agreement dated for reference as December 9th, 2025 with the Parksville Curling Club Society with an amendment from 5 years to 3 years on behalf of the city of Parksville.
You good with that? Okay, good. To the amended motion on the floor. All those in favor of the amended motion?
Sorry, I have a question, Mayor, before we
To
vote
reduce
on
to
the.
3. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Okay, it's moved and
Yes.
seconded. A question? Yeah, sorry, you didn't
Yes.
put your hand up, so go ahead.
Thank you. I want to ask Councillor Beal, like, how does it change things if it's 3 years now instead of 5 years?
Yes, go ahead, Councillor Beal.
Thank you for the question. I see a 3-year period as allowing for some of those initial discussions to take place with the proponent, with others, and it's a shorter time frame for them to be locked into a lease should they choose to sign it. And yeah, and an opportunity for some further information and clarification. And also, we're going to be doing our OCP. We're going to be looking at recreational facilities and a broader scope. It also is possible that some of those large costs that we see out there, not only in our immediate community, but other areas that we pay into, that there might be some changes, there might be some grant opportunities. There could be any number of things that would come along that might ease the situation for this particular group or not. But a 3-year period does allow for some time for both council as well as community consider these things and to look at our recreational facilities overall.
If I could, to the CAO, just describe, we already have the termination clause in place for both parties. So if instead of going from a 5 to 3 to a 2 to whenever they decide, could you describe the termination clause, please, CAO?
Thank you. If I may, I'm just going to pull it up. Usually I think it might be 6 months notice, but we'll just confirm. I think it more comes down to the intent, I would say, on this, that if council is not comfortable with a 5-year lease for whatever reason, and I think Councillor Beal touched on some of them, then I think it's more about signaling to the operator that you have this stability for 3 years, or that stability for 5 years, or to look at it negatively, you're tied in for those 3 years, or you're tied in for those 5 years. So the termination clauses are there, but they're not really the best way for a number of reasons. They don't feel very good. So it doesn't help with relationship building, I don't think, between a landlord and a tenant. And they're not really intended to terminate just for no reason. Like, it's usually a termination for some other unforeseen thing that we didn't predict would happen. And so I don't think it really matters to either party, whether it's 3 or 5 years. I think we are not allowed to go 5 years and above for certain reasons, which we put in the report. But it also, I think, it sends a signal on what that priority should be for the next council. So if you're looking at the timelines, we're going to be halfway through a term of the next council, and they will be then forced to look at this. And I don't mean forced in a negative way, but it just brings it up much sooner in their term. And I think it's up to you as counselors, how that feels your first couple of years, like knowing some of the things that have been mentioned. Do you think that council will be ready, given the regional implications as well, and possibly new people around the regional tables? Is 3 years enough time for you to have a different understanding of the situation than you will have now? And I've never been in your position, so I don't know how much comfort level you need. Once you hit the ground, I know it's pretty overwhelming for the first year, for sure.
Yes, thank you for that, CEO Kaler. And, some proponents would prefer a 5-year lease just so they have that long-term built in, knowing where they're going with their particular organization. But going to a 3-year lease, I don't see a problem with that either way. I'm neutral on the position. Councillor Gore.
Yes, just a comment, Mayor. Like, I appreciate Councillor Beal, I think, kind of advocating for the group. The other concern is, like, I'm okay, like you mentioned, either way, but I would have been more favorable going into it. Seems like it's now more presumptuous of us thinking 3 years is better. Like, is that what the group wanted? Have they hinted at a shorter lease? But anyways, I'm happy to support the 3 years as well.
Councillor Grants, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yeah, further to that point, that's where I have not seen any indication. Has Councillor Beal been privy to something that a 3-year would be preferable by the group? Seems to me like a 5-year would probably make it easier for the group, but.
Go ahead, Councillor Beal.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through to Councillor Grant. Yes, I have been hearing some concerns about the lease. And going back to my comments earlier, I think although we did get some information specific to different curling clubs around the island and, how they fund their facility, et cetera, there is that question of how this fits into a larger picture of recreational facilities, if you like, whether it be bricks and mortar or whether it be outdoors on the fields. And I think I think that's important to have a look at as well. But I certainly have been hearing concerns about the costs. We saw in the requests what they would like to see, in terms of some cost sharing, and that's not there. I did hear about concerns about the insurance costs and so on. So with that, I'm hoping that a 3-year lease would provide stability, but at the same time not lock them into a situation that's untenable.
CEO Kaler, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I might be so bold as to make perhaps a suggestion for council to consider, we could do a 3-year lease with a renewal of another 3 years that then still gives a touch point for the new council, but doesn't force either party into making changes if you're not ready. So that's one option. And then the other point I'll make, so last year during the budget process, the society did come to council and did receive significant funding for a couple of pieces of equipment that were required. And there's nothing that stops them from doing that during each budget year. I think what the lease does is maintains the service level rather than committing council to a 5-year significant tax increase. It doesn't mean that the society can't come during our budget process like we just had, which we do every fall, and ask for a specific cost sharing or specific funding or specific support for a grant or something like that. So I don't think it ties the society's hands as much as perhaps we're thinking. Like, they can still, as they did last year, the current lease doesn't allow them to have that money, but council approved it as a one-off based on their business case. So they can still do that in that process. But a 3-year and a 3-year or a 3-year and a 2-year renewal option on mutual consent might kind of go halfway between what both parties are looking at.
Councillor Beal, go ahead.
Does this need a friendly amendment to a friendly amendment? in order to do the 3-year renewable?
If I may, we're not allowed to amend an amendment more than once, but I think if the spirit of that is what we're hearing, we can just write that into the lease, that it's a 3-year term with a mutual agreement renewal for another 3-year term.
Seth, are you good with that? Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to comment on this, whether it comes to the curling club or the museum or the MAC or, hiring an arborist, whatever it is, speaking back to our financial plan as well. It's always a juggle for mayor and council to decide what amenities, taxpayers can support. And we want to support a community such as the curling club because they're an amazing group of people down there and we don't want to, lose the curling rink. But it's always a juggle. And I just wanted to mention that for the people in the gallery and the people that are watching the meeting. Thanks.
Yeah, it's always a struggle, but the difference is that discussion should happen at the same time as we're discussing all the other amazing organizations. And that's when that discussion should happen because we're all in that mode. And now all of a sudden we get another letter that says, well, I'm not happy with what I got or what I received or what you approved. Then to go back and re-examine that decision has been made. And so I'm not in favor of that. But in the meantime, all that we're doing is just suggesting an amendment to the lease. I can tell you, I reviewed actually while we were discussing there, the letter, and at no time did they ask for amendment to the lease. But if it keeps the council happy, I'll call the question. Let's call the question, folks. We got to roll here. So all those in favor of the amended motion as read out by CAO Kaler? All those in favor? Okay, that carries. Do I have to go back to the original motion? Or no, we're good. We're amended. We're gone. Yeah, thank you. Here we go. If we go to the bylaws coming up next, we have 3 readings for the 5-year financial plan bylaw, 2026 to 2030 for the 5-year plan. Do I have a mover or seconder for the recommendation? Moved by Councillor Grenz, seconded by Councillor Martin. Any discussion? All those in favor? Carried. Sorry. And those opposed? Councillor Gore is opposed. Thank you. Can I have a sorry, I
Intercommunity.
got
I think we're at the.
CAO Kaler. I've got a double page here, so I'm just looking.
So the next item on the agenda for 3 readings is the intercommunity business license bylaw.
Okay, there we go. Thank you. So now we have the bylaw itself for the intercommunity business license bylaw 2025 number 1600. To get a mover or seconder for that, please. Moved by Councillor Grenz, seconded by Councillor Martin. Any discussion? All those in favor? Carries. Thank you. Now we have 3 readings for the zoning and development amendment bylaw 2025 number 2000.157 for the map and text amendment to comprehensive development CD 38 at 386 Hearst Avenue West. A mover or seconder for the recommendation. Moved by Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor. Seconded by me.
Well, I'll second it for discussion, Mayor.
Yeah, sure. I'll second it. Anyhow, so yes. I will second that. Yes, thank you. So we have 3 readings. We have it moved and seconded. I would like any discussion. Go ahead, Councillor Gore.
So thank you, Mayor. I think this proposal has come before us a few times as we discussed the possible implications of this high density on this small lot. So my opposition continues to this proposal as we do the 3 readings. we've heard from the community members. I think just the whole impact of this proposal, it's not compatible with the neighborhood that we see. So in my opinion, it will negatively impact the surrounding properties, and for that reason, I'm against it. A smaller footprint there's possibility to have multifamily in that lot that is more compatible. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Russell, can you comment on the possibility of actually not approving a project because it's not compatible? Although it meets all zoning requirements and so forth, can you comment on the possibility of that and what's its implications?
Certainly. If I may, Mayor, as it's a bylaw amendment application, council has discretionary authority whether or not to approve or advance the bylaw.
Without reason? Yeah, I know, but that's, yeah, anyhow, go ahead. Okay, sure. Okay, thank you. Councilor Beal, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I would like to speak against the recommendation for zoning and development amendment bylaw 2025, number 2000.157. And I'm not in support of the request for a number of reasons. My first concern is the overall height of the proposal. A 4-story building of 16 meters, which is a little over 52 feet, is almost 3 times the height of a typical 2-story house. And this would dwarf the neighboring properties and have a significant impact on the neighborhood. It's out of keeping with many developments in this block, and it's in my view that the scale of this proposal is not in the public interest at this time. The OCP calls for potential impacts of development on adjacent lands to be considered and mitigated to the extent feasible, but I don't see any indication of that with this proposal. The OCP also states that where bordered by a single unit residential property, the properties, plural or singular, the proponent should consider a design that provides for lower buildings beside the single unit residential to provide a transition from higher to lower residential densities. And again, I don't see any indication of that, particularly with regards to the single family home immediately adjacent on Molliet Street. Now, the underlying zone of a particular property does not automatically change as a result of an OCP, which is why we're here today to discuss this, to consider the request for amendments. The OCP provides direction for future land use, and it does not automatically follow that each and every request needs to be approved. I want to carefully weigh the benefits of a proposal to the city as a whole, but including our current residents and their neighborhoods. And I just do not find that this proposal as presented to be a good fit or of significant benefit. I've also spent some time looking at our interim housing needs report, and from my reading of the data and from reading government sites, I'm not convinced that this proposal provides the best benefit in that regard, which would be a mitigating factor for me. Multi-unit residential designations include multi-level townhomes and row houses, in addition to apartments or condominiums. And I wonder if a development that presents a more ground-oriented residential feel might be considered, or a development with reduced height. And I, on my own, and our council have supported a number of 4-story developments. So it's not that I'm automatically against 4 stories. But in almost all of those cases, there was a road between the development and neighboring properties, or a parking area and a buffer, all of which effectively increases the setback for the development, which thereby mitigates the impact on surrounding lands. And that's not the case in this proposal. And it's my hope that this request is denied by council and that the proponent can go back to the drawing board. This doesn't say you can't do anything here, but my hope is that the proponent would go back to the drawing board to create something that addresses the need for housing and increased density, but in a manner that's more compatible with the surrounding neighborhood and is a more pleasing addition to our city.
Thank you. Any further comment? Go ahead, Councillor Wood.
Thanks, Mayor. We've received a couple of letters of correspondence that I think there's room for this development to be a better fit within the neighboring homes. And so I echo a lot of Councillor Beal's comments on this one. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Grens, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through to council. I've actually struggled with this one as well. And thank you, Councillor Beal, for the well-articulated comments on it. Driving past it this morning, I told my son that I was struggling with this decision, and that ultimately I decided that it wasn't a good fit for that location. And so I won't be supporting this at this time for many of the reasons already mentioned, with apologies to my son, who did point out that that a home is a home for someone who would looking for home. A home is a home. It doesn't need to be perfectly fit to the community. And so I totally took his point and almost changed my mind based on his comments as a young person who is very cognizant of the challenges in getting homes. But given where we are at as a community in terms of generally, as far as our ability to deliver the capacity that is being asked of us, and specifically to this street, which is currently quite a mishmash of different housing types, I think there's an opportunity to get this a bit better so that the street moving forward will have a bit more of a coherent feel that does not right now. So I'd like to see that. And while the proposed project looks amazing, it doesn't look amazing for this spot. So I'd love to see this, the sensitivity to what this street could look like being taken into account.
Thank you. Any further comments? Go ahead, Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'm learning the way my other fellow councillors have expressed what they think about the property. I went by it myself twice, and I thought the height is too high. And then I thought, in Victoria, when I lived there, they were doing expanding and there's parking all over the place. They weren't allowing for parking. And I thought, this is too much for that particular spot. There is something that can be done there that will be nice to help the street, like you mentioned, but even a simple thing like cars, you have to have it all looked after properly. You don't want them all over the streets. So we want to make sure it's a nice little community of itself and neighborhood. So that's all I would say, my comments. Thank you.
Councillor Prowse, go ahead, sir.
Thank you to council, through the mayor. I still weigh in on this one as well. Without repeating anything I've heard there so far, I do agree with a lot of what I heard. I do want to give some credit to the developer for particular. One of the things I saw with them that I haven't seen before is their willingness to contribute to bus stops in the properties. I think that's a wonderful thing, and I actually think that it can be something that we can maybe have other developers in the future hear a need for that as well, because it's an area where we're underserved here in Parksville. As far as supporting and not supporting this project here, my vote at this council table is to represent the community, and I don't think I've had enough support of the neighborhood to advance it and support this one. So I'm going to be giving my support to all those neighbors who, well, you mentioned a home's a home. It's their homes that they're concerned about and how it's going to impact them. So I won't be supporting this.
Thank you. Any further comment? All those in favor? Those opposed? That is defeated. Thank you. For reasons, we have 5-year final adoption plan amendment bylaw 2025, number 2029, number 1594.2 for the amended 2025 to 2029 financial plan. I'll move it to a second or further recommendation, please. Moved by Councillor Martin, second by Councillor Grens. Any discussion? All those in favor? That carries. Unanimous. Thank you. Okay, folks, we're going to go into committee of the whole. Do I move in a second or further recommendation that this council do now resolve itself into committee of the whole? Either mover by Counselor Wood, seconded by Counselor Beal. All those in favor? We're now going to go into committee of the whole. I'm going to ask for a 5-minute comfort break. It's 2:40 now, resume at 2:45. Thank you. Testing, testing, testing. Just wondering if all your timepieces are working. It's time to get back to work, folks. Okay, we're back to full strength. Thank you for your patience. Community of the whole, we have one staff presentation from this CAO and the Director of Community Planning and Building regarding scope for the 2026 official community plan review. Mr. Russell or CAO Kaler, one of you going to start us off today? CAO Kaler, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to start and then very quickly throw it over to the Director of Planning for all the legislative pieces.
Excellent.
So just to quickly recap for council, but also for the public, a committee of the whole is an opportunity for council to have more free-flowing discussion. So you don't have to have a motion on the floor. Maybe just to clarify also, committees of the whole are not intended to provide public input unless it's during budget deliberations. We often do a committee of the whole for budget, and legislatively there is requirements for public consultation, but it's not the norm for a committee of the whole when it's council. There will be many opportunities for public consultation throughout an OCP review, and we do have some slides later on in the presentation on kind of the best practices and wanting to get some direction from council if anything is missing from that kind of overview. Can you go to the next one, or whoever has the next slide, please? So today we're hoping to provide some clarification for council and the public on what an OCP is. The acronym is Official Community Plan, and in Parksville, our plan is officially called Plan Parksville. The next round can name it something differently if you wish, but that's what the title was basically agreed to at the last meeting, or sorry, last adoption of the bylaw in 2013. What we're going to do today is talk a little bit about the legislative requirements for an OCP. A lot of people aren't really aware of how much this is dictated to us by the province, and council does have a handout because we didn't want to put pages of legislation on a PowerPoint. You're welcome. But it's mostly around section 470s of the Local Government Act. And there's been a lot of new legislation. So Blaine will go over that in a bit more detail, just so council understands what must be included in the OCP. And then we'll talk a little bit about what could be or may be included in an OCP with some caveats. We're hoping, maybe just as a kind of reminder, this is supposed to be a very high level discussion so that council can flag areas that we want to highlight in the request for proposals to a consultant. The consultant will design the overall process with council. So this is really step one in about 180 steps to get us to an actual bylaw adoption, which will most likely be multi-year. Like our last OCP was around 3 years from very beginning to end. And it's usually a very intense 18 months kind of in the middle of a lot of different public engagement opportunities and a lot of discussions, both formal and informal, with council and the community. So this is step one. And really what we're looking for today is some feedback from council on the timing and priority, and kind of giving you a quick overview of what we think will be in the request for proposal, and making sure that we're not missing something very critical or very big or a really important area of focus that you want to highlight for the consultant. So as council has heard from us quite a few times, we try to approach these things in a problem definition setting or a problem definition approach. And so throughout this entire process, which I mentioned will be many years and probably most definitely spanning at least one council term, what we want to keep in mind is why we are amending the OCP. What are we trying to achieve? I think Councillor Beale mentioned earlier today, OCPs in themselves do not change anything. There's implementation strategies and budget implications that need to come after the fact. But we really want to keep in mind, like, why are we making this change? What problem are we addressing? And what solutions are we able to implement in the end? We would like council and the community to think about what needs to change and what needs to stay the same. There are a lot of modern and very valuable things in the current OCP. And I think the scope really needs to be, we need to understand what council's priorities are there, because if we're doing a wholesale, opening up the entire OCP and starting from scratch, that's going to be a lot more cost. In the budget right now, we're kind of envisioning modernizing and updating, but keeping the bulk of a lot of that information in the OCP kind of on the same path with obvious updates to things that have changed or new best practices. We also need council to give us some direction around who should be involved in the process at each stage. There's quite a few different ways to approach this, and there's some legislative requirements that council has to explicitly consider and give direction on. We'll also be trying to understand when is the best time to conduct all of the phases and different elements of the project. How do we achieve the best outcomes? So that's touching on the implementation piece in the current OCP. That's chapter 10 mostly. And then where are the changes needed on the ground? So as we mentioned, there's lots of different things that can be implemented, but there are opportunities for council to provide a lot of priority and direction when they're moving into that next phase. So today we're going to start with kind of going over what an OCP must have, what an OCP is not, and kind of myth busting on some things. And then at the end after Blaine's presentation, we're going to talk a little bit about the engagement framework and some timelines and get some direction from council on what you would like to see for next steps. So I'm just going to turn it over to Blaine now for his discussion around OCP legislation. Very exciting stuff. Blaine, over to you.
Absolutely. So this is the most exciting part, the legislative part. In proceeding with this, there are a number of things that need to be considered. So as Kiva has mentioned, there's these context considerations of the review. As mentioned earlier, it's a multi-year approach. There's timing, there's budget decisions that form part of this, and there's also confirming the priority and the pre-work with the consultant. So the purpose of the OCP and its content is specified in the Local Government Act. The main sections in the Local Government Act are 471, 473, and 474. And I believe these were distributed to council. And it outlines what content must be there. So this includes things like identifying how much industrial land a city may have, or determining policies with respect to agriculture, et cetera. The other aspect is OCPs now are required legislatively to be reviewed every 5 years. A review can consist of verifying with respect to the housing needs assessment report, as we did earlier this evening, but there's also a review and an update, which is what we're sensing is what council is looking to undertake, and why this second presentation is being made to you today. So what is an OCP? So it's essentially a statement of objectives and policies to guide decision-making on planning and land use management within the city. It's a guide. It doesn't make the decision. It doesn't force the decision. It is strictly a guide. It also sets goals. For example, I would like to be taller. Might not happen. And then I'm just going to, Amanda, could you please move the bar out of the way there? Thank you. So content and process requirements. So it must have statements with respect to land use. It must map areas. It must identify the approximate amount and location of different things, such as the residential density, housing needs over a period now of 20 years. It used to be 5. As I mentioned or touched on earlier, commercial, industrial, institutional, agricultural, recreational, and public utility land uses, as well as sand and gravel deposits. Not a big issue in Parksville, but that is required content in an official community plan. Land use regulation areas subject to hazardous condition in the environment. So in Parksville, the Parksville Bluffs is an area that is both an environmentally sensitive area as one that has potential hazards. So it has regulations in the form of development permit areas. It also establishes, and it's also informed by other policy and studies of the city. So it helps establish major road networks, sewer and water systems. And it's, of course, informed by like the Transportation Master Plan, for example, and the engineering department's other studies. And then it also looks at the location of proposed or future public facilities. So there will be some consultation with the school district, with some of our regional partners, as well as the city or council. If its budget is identified something for some kind of new public facility, then it would also take that into account. And then other matters that may be determined by one of the provincial ministers. And there we go. As we covered earlier this evening, there has been some new housing legislation that requires a housing needs report every 5 years. Part of the legislative changes is that a minimum of 4 dwelling units must now be accommodated on conventional single-family residential parcels. And there, as well, the OCP, I think one of the challenges going forward is this 5-year increment is going to maybe make OCPs more of a 2-tiered review. So for example, maybe every 10 years you do a large wholesale review of the plan, but every second time it might be a more scaled back kind of looking at, are the 20-year numbers being met, is enough land designated, and really just focusing on those required policies. Otherwise, we'll be in a cycle of constantly basically a continuous OCP review cycle. And so I think you'll sort of see it sort of morph into having a major review process, and then 5 years later, that more incremental process. And then one thing to be aware of, as we've experienced, is the provincial focus on housing may potentially override or change some of the policies that may be developed as part of an official community plan. So as I've sort of mentioned a number of times, housing policies is something new. But more this, sorry, I'm tripping on my tongue here. So the specifics of these policies have been expanded. So we now will going forward require more information on rental housing and special needs housing. It must include areas covered, how we are proposing to achieve those targets. And then in developing or amending the OCP, council must consider the guidelines. So in future staff reports, you will see a new piece added as far as what council's considering as part of an official community plan amendment. So right now, council considers like its sewer and water plan as part of an OCP amendment. As in the future, you'll be seeing requirements that you consider the housing needs report of the city in making your decision. The OCP also is required to have consistency and acknowledge the regional growth strategy. The regional growth strategy was recently adopted, recently, a little bit over a year ago. So in the new year, we will be bringing a report back to council with respect to the regional growth strategy and the current OCP, and sort of reconciling those changes with the changes in the RGS. And then the typical content of the OCP, a large part of it is really sort of visioning and establishing values. So if a large public engagement type official community plan review is really trying to get an understanding on how the community sees itself, where it sees itself going, what its priorities are with respect to, say, recreational facilities. So that would be things like park trails and open spaces. It also has to recognize things like transportation and mobility, as well as I mentioned earlier, hazardous and ecological sensitive areas. It also would include the development of social policies with respect to things like arts and culture, boring planning stuff like land use planning with respect to residential uses and commercial uses and industrial uses. And then aspects that sort of delve more into the engineering side of the city when it comes to infrastructure goals and objectives. So this is sort of our myth busting section. And an official community plan, it really is a living document. So they can be amended. There's a legislative process on how they can be amended. It's not intended to be the official community handcuff. It doesn't handcuff a council. It is really a guiding document that really sets out what the priorities of the community are to help guide council in making their decision. But it's not the only avenue for input. It's a guiding framework that council can consider at a high level. Applicants can apply to amend the OCP. And the OCP can't stop growth. And in fact, its goal is actually sort of the opposite. Its goal is, the legislative goal is that growth is coming to the city. Where's the best location for that growth to go? So we're supposed to, as part of the review, anticipate the projected population coming into the city and establish where it makes the most sense to have different types of housing to accommodate it. As it notes below, it's not a stop sign, but a green light with direction arrows, maybe a couple yellow lights, but it mostly provides direction. And it has, as I mentioned a minute ago, there's legal requirements to accommodate that growth and how to make a complete community as the city evolves. So this would be an example of implementation. So we have affordable housing policy, and in the way that the OCP is a high-level document, it provides guidance. So I'll make my analogy first. If I had a policy that I aspire to go on vacation, it doesn't buy the plane ticket. It doesn't select the location. There's a bunch of things it doesn't do. It just establishes that high-level goal that traveling and vacation are important priorities. Well, in the case of our OCP, we have an affordable housing policy that says Parksville is supportive of developments that provide affordable and supportive housing for seniors, low-income individuals, and persons with disability. This policy in itself didn't make action, but it provided direction to council and decision makers on what future action the city should consider. So in this case, the city developed we have a DCC waiver bylaw that establishes criteria for eligible affordable developments that support housing. There's also action on the ground, such as when council provides land for an affordable housing project, for an example. But the OCP isn't doing those things. It's just establishing that direction and supporting those types of decisions. Are there any questions on this legislative aspect?
Speaking to the legislative aspect of Mr. Russell's presentation, do I have any questions off the floor? Yeah. I see none. Carry on, Mr. Russell.
Thank you. So the OCP is obviously divided into a number of chapters. For land use planning, or the planning department, particularly chapter 5 and 9 are our main chapters. There are a number of other chapters though that are also required. So 1 through 3 provides a context. And some optional information. One is the community profile, which is basically a statistics section that provides background information, demographic information on the community in order to help establish what some of those priorities may be. Then we have the things that deal with sort of different departments. So we have chapters 6 through 8 deal with municipal infrastructure. They deal with the natural environment and policies on complete communities. And this would be that you could call it natural infrastructure in a sense. We have development permit areas, which are, again, the word permit means that ultimately in the case of a permit, council must issue a permit based on guidelines. And then the other chapters 10 and 11 deal with implementation and monitoring. So they establish things that can be used when we do a future OCP review to kind of see how we did. We can use these as measuring tools to reflect on what changes occurred since the last time the plan was undertaken. So in the case of Chapter 4, well, obviously the demographics have changed. So we'll need to update that demographic Stats Canada info. In the case of Chapters 1 and 3, that's where, that contains the vision statement. So as part of public engagement, that's really the chapters that would be formed a lot by public engagement. Same as Chapter 5, the land use designation, but this also has a technical component and includes lots of boring stuff like that earlier presentation that I did with all those numbers. And then Chapter 6 through 8 involves a lot of interdepartmental work. So we have sections that the engineering department provided a lot of information on, the fire department, operations. So that'll involve heavy lifting of those departments. We have the development permit areas, which depending on the scope of the review may require, as part of the consultation team, the city may engage professional services of, say, biologists or geotechnical engineers. These would be things that would be discussed with with whatever consultant team the city selects as part of that sort of terms of reference that we'll be developing before we go out to tender with an official community plan review. And as I mentioned, there's the stuff that the review will include, which will include tracking what changes we've made and then establishing new benchmarks in the new plan. So as part of the prior OCP, some new aspects were added, and this was as a result of legislative changes. There's provisions that deal with accessibility and sustainability, as well as greenhouse gas reduction emissions. And it was part of a FCM grant for sustainability that formed part of it. And there's these different themes are referenced in here as on different pages of the plan. And you can see what they go through. I'm going to skip over this one here. Yeah. So my favorite chapter, Chapter 5, the land use policies. There is a handout with a list of the current designations and maps. And it basically has what is a policy statement and how is it applied to development. So they're general policies. So for example, we have two sections. We have a general land use policy section that talks about things that the developer may do as part of their application. So one, we hold a developer hosted open house. One would demonstrate community benefit as well as infrastructure implications. We have, if a property is over 2 hectares, for example, we do require an environmental assessment of the property. We have, some of these are provincially mandated things. So properties that are within 300 meters of the ALR boundary, we need to send a referral and engage with the Agricultural Land Commission. We have accessibility expectations that are incorporated into our development permit areas. As well as we have policies that support having an advisory design panel, for example. And Kiva's going to kick me in the shins because I probably missed something. As we sort of mentioned earlier, this is our future land use map. And you can see the sea of light yellow is our what was traditionally our single family residential area. We have a deeper yellow, which is our transitional. The golden yellow is our multifamily areas. And they all sort of focus in towards the downtown core, which is highlighted in primarily red. And I'm sorry, the estuary is also in red. Please ignore that. The colors don't represent very well on the screen here. The other chapter, and this is more of a sort of day-to-day tool, is our development permit areas. And I believe there's a handout with a list of all of our different development permit areas. Oh, okay. I was looking forward to maps, but apparently there aren't any maps because I guess we knew that the maps wouldn't work very well on this screen. To have a development permit area, it must be a mapped phenomenon, ironically. It must define the area that DPA applies to. And there's different categories that they come under. So Hazardous conditions, environmental conditions. They can deal with architectural form and character for multifamily development, commercial industrial development. And then there's also the category of revitalization, which would be, for example, in the downtown, where if you have like a specific theme that you're looking for, it can be more specific on some of those particulars. As mentioned earlier, greenhouse gas emissions, accessibility, sustainability. So we have like groundwater guidelines, et cetera. But there are limits on this authority. Council ultimately must issue a development permit, and it's based on those guidelines under those specific authority areas that are provided to us by the province. Oh, and this is one of the maps. So this shows this is our environmental development permit areas that cover, coastal areas. We have a groundwater protection development permit area in our resort area. Very exciting stuff. Council is very familiar. There's actually 3 maps in our OCP that deal with development permit areas, and they cover almost, I think it's almost 40% of the city in total. Is there any questions on what we've covered? So
Yes, we have a question, Mr.
Okay.
Russell. Go ahead, Councillor Gore.
Yes, thank you. Quickly, I'll just ask Mr. Russell with the DPAs. Is any time can the DPA section be amended to include additional DPAs, or is it has to be done during an OCP review?
if I may, Mayor, through to Councillor Gore. So an OCP review is not the only time an OCP can be amended. I think there's been 9 amendments to the official community plan to date. Generally, why you would do it as part of an official community plan review is that you sort of want that public engagement component to it so that it's representative as a broad spectrum of members of the community as possible, rather than a specific, for lack of a better word, like a special interest group or something like that. But it doesn't mean that one can't be done independently. So in the case of Parksville, our prior OCP, the fire department did a very extensive wildfire study for the city. And coming out of that was an amendment to that OCP to add a wildfire protection development permit area, which was successfully incorporated into the current OCP with some updates, et cetera. So yes, to your question, it's not subject to being part of a whole scale review. It can be an independent item.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, carry on. Thank you.
Right, we should have had a dress rehearsal. We're just deciding.
Leo Taylor, you're on next.
I'm up next. So next, we're just going to talk at a high level about the consultation piece, which is probably the most critical element of an OCP review. And it's one of the most involved processes that we do with the community is go through our OCP. And I don't have the thing to advance the slides. Thank you. Oh, shoot. Yeah, I need technical assistance to make this work. So we're just going to talk a little bit about what we must do for the consultation piece. The legislation says that council must explicitly consider who to engage with in terms of our neighboring jurisdictions. And so before we go, when we hire a consultant and we're doing our consultation strategy, before we go out to the public, council will need to expressly tell us which local governments you want to consult with. And so, for example, it most likely would include the RDN, but what about adjacent regional districts? We also need to expressly consider how and with which First Nations we would be engaging, with the school district, and then also the provincial and federal agencies that council wants to consult with. And as part of that, you also have to tell the consultant and staff what kind of pre or early engagement would happen outside of formal like public hearings and things like that. So that's something that we'll need to get direction from council when we actually select a consultant. And then also the other piece is which community partner groups and stakeholder groups have a formal role in that process as well. So for example, last time when we did the OCP review, we had a lot of meetings with things like the PDBA, the Tourism Association, the Chamber, our own committees, so the ADP or accessibility committees. And then we also had a very targeted engagement with youth that the consultant led for us. And we had a number of technical and community committees as well that were engaged. And so throughout the process, council will need to give us direction on what that looks like and approve an engagement strategy. So typical things that you will see is that the consultant will lead the public and stakeholder engagement, but has very strong support from staff in all departments. So Blaine touched on this earlier with the chapters. This is a massive undertaking for a city to do. And I think council will need to be patient and understanding around priorities. And so if council says the OCP review is #1 priority, then we, as council knows, only have really one individual in most of our departments. So that will fall to them. And so there are other things, quite a few other things, as we've talked about on our work plan list, that will need to take a back seat to the OCP if and when that time comes, unless council gives us direction otherwise. And so I think it's just very important for everybody's expectations to understand that if we have a section where we're engaging on, say, parks and open spaces, then the manager of parks and open spaces is not available to do things like the projects that he has on his list from council. Or if engineering staff are participating in the open houses and the public engagement sessions and giving data to the consultant on engineering and asset management and capital projects, then they won't be spending time on the sidewalk projects that we have or the bus shelter improvement plans. So it's council and the community will have to be understanding of that because without adding significant, very expensive resources, that's just the way it has to go. So it's a balance of priorities. And in a small city, it's pretty common that council has to give direction on where that give and take happens. So that's something to be pretty aware of, I guess, going through. What normally happens is that the consultant facilitates and designs the work around the strategy, but staff are there participating at the events, providing expert advice on the situation in Parksville, manning booths or standing at open houses, and then providing all of the technical support because the consultant doesn't know the status quo in our city or the inventory in our city. So it's a team effort, but we usually have an expert in consultation lead that for us. One important thing we learned as well is that we make sure that we retain the raw data so that it's not influenced or manipulated by the consultant for any particular outcome. And we can go back and look at the raw numbers if council wants to do evaluations of things in the future. We also have to make sure, of course, that we're being as inclusive as possible. And so that is, working with experts on all the different ways around making sure that everybody can engage effectively, whether that's using technology or translations or all the different ways of learning. So we present materials in ways that are, visual or technical or, in person, online, all of those things. And just making sure that we are using best practices. There's a lot of great guidance out there that the experts have at their fingertips on how to make sure that every person feels that they are able to contribute in a way that works for them. And so last time we had, and many folks, I think, around our community were involved last time, and we had 2 committees, but we merged them into one, and we think that's probably a better way to go in future. Just because there was a lot of overlap. So what you could do is have a stakeholder advisory committee where council appoints the members. There's a terms of reference that outlines very clearly what the expectations are, what the goals and objectives are of that committee and how that feeds into council. Council retains the decision-making at all times. Both committees are only advisory in nature. And then the technical advisory committee is what Blaine touched on. If council, for example, said they wanted a very in-depth review of floodplain development or mitigation, we would most likely have an outside consultant participate and staff would participate with them. And they would come back with the most recent science and updates that might be needed based on things like sea level rise. We did that last time and incorporated that into the development permit area specifically, but also into some other guidelines around using Green Shores approach, for example. And so then the options for council will be to usually post for interest on those committees. And we usually look at pretty specific qualifications to make sure that you have people on that committee that are skilled in working together, collaborating with people with different backgrounds, different interests, and that really the goal is to come up with some sort of consensus recommendations for council, and that there's diverse representation on that, on those committees, and folks that are not just kind of individual, but are able to represent either a sector or a neighborhood or community group, or developer group or something like that, so that you have a broad range of input into the final decisions that you as council will have to make. And Blaine touched on this a little bit, and we've been pretty fortunate, I think, in Parksville, but there's been some of our colleagues around local governments have had some strange things happen around like where the goal might be to have a walkable city, for example, and it's called a 15-minute city sometimes. There has been some bizarre misinformation around what that means in terms of even saying that you're not allowed to leave your city. Of course, that's not true. So our consultant and our own communications person and staff would have to make sure that that's being clarified throughout the process, that there isn't kind of a undue influence from an outside group that maybe just confuses things with their very convincing misinformation. And so best practices, again, you want to use multiple methods to reach diverse audiences. You want to have a combination of both formal and informal. The key thing, and again, kind of touching on what we just mentioned, is that it must be respectful. And I think one of the things that our consultant that is selected by council will have to really help us with is managing the online. When we have people on our committees representing this process, we have to make sure that that information is in a frame or a format where council is able to access it, number one. So we would need, I think, some pretty clear expectations for the membership on how that information is shared in the community, and making sure that there's respectful dialogue so that people with a different opinion still feel like they can engage with that committee and they can still ask questions or make suggestions. So that's going to be a big part of moving that forward. And then just some examples from last time, we had quite a few online options. There's more of that now, I think, in a post-COVID world. But we did things like surveys. We have a Let's Talk Parksville portal that would be set up for this process. And that would have everything that the city is working on in there, including, you know, the pre-work all the way up to the bylaw adoption. And things like newsletters and bulletins are always really helpful, especially if it's, you know, on a particular topic. We also had really good success with webinars on priority topics. So we were able to have facilitated discussion around priorities and technical advice, and hearing from folks that maybe own property here but don't live here full time. And then also for the in-person, we had some really good success with open houses, and then taking advantage of some of the great events that happen in the community, especially throughout the summer months. Some people say you shouldn't engage with the community in the summer, but we actually get a lot of engagement with our people in the summer, whether it be at the community park, at the gazebo, or at the playground. We had great success at actually on trails, and we had some folks, you know, doing pop-up events in different parts of the community, like the estuary and the wetlands and different trails. And then again, committees of the whole, like this one, where there's kind of a touch point every now and then with council on progress. You can invite presentations to the committees of the whole. So it could be the consultant, or it could be the chair of the technical committee or the chair of the advisory committee, whatever council wants. You can also set them up to have experts come and present. So again, if it was using the geotech example or a floodplain issue or something, you could have someone like KWL come and present on what their findings are. And then town hall meetings are, again, just from council direction on any topic that you wish. And then we've had suggestions and comments open throughout the process. And then you get into the formal process where we have to have public hearings, everybody's favorite thing to attend, I'm sure, and statutory readings of the bylaw. So kind of touched on these, but here's a couple of the examples. I think I've already kind of covered that. So just again, maybe to kind of hone the conversation back to priority and trying to get some advice from council today. If we are to move forward with this priority project in 2026, I think everybody on council knows that it's a very busy year already. And I think there's a couple of pros and cons. If we start this project, there's going to be very limited opportunity for it to get going before the election season kicks in. We would not be doing this engagement during an election. It's just not productive in anyone's opinion, I don't think. And you will all probably be busy doing certain things. So a very ambitious timeline, and I'll caution that this is very ambitious and may not even be possible, would be that if we prepare the RFP to move this forward for a commencing in 2026, then we would be in a position to bring something back to council for selecting the consultant probably no sooner than April. Just because we have to prepare the RFP, we would issue it in January. We always give about 45 days for someone to respond. If we don't get really good responses, we may have to extend. And then once council selects the person, we need to have a kickoff meeting with them and then figure out what the strategic plan looks like from council, and confirm your areas of focus and what it is you want to look at for engagement. And then by the time, assuming we have direction from council to maybe do a committee and do a few events, we would probably be able to do a couple of events before July. And then council will be looking at kind of pausing that, possibly pausing the momentum, and we would kind of start up again with the next administration. There would be an opportunity to touch point, obviously, with that new administration and make sure that we're on the same path. But there's some caveats around that. Having been through this process before with a change in council, we also ended up changing the consultant and kind of doing a little bit of a reset. And it did extend the project by a couple of years. So there's some pros and cons that council will really have to decide and tell us what your preferences are. But just unfortunately, I guess, with the provincial things that happened and all of the work that planning had to do, we are just kind of hitting a bit of a crunch with the term of council and 2026 being in like 3 weeks. So that does make things challenging. So yes, basically that's kind of where the process would land, and this is what it would look like. And we're looking to get some feedback today from council on what you want to see in an OCP review. When do you want us to start the initiation of that? Maybe looking at some of the priorities for 2026 and getting some confirmation from council if you want us to be prioritizing the OCP over some of those other projects, which you got a handout from a couple of weeks ago. And then what areas should we be thinking about in terms of budget for technical analysis? Like we mentioned, if there's going to be a lot of that, we would need to budget for those external resources over and above the consultant. So just looking to, I guess, lay that on the table for council.
Thanks so much, CAO Kaler. It's a great presentation. Took me back a few years on the OCP. I was fortunate enough to be on the citizens group. It was 18 months and it was just an amazing experience. And I learned so much, and I'm forever grateful because it made this job I'm doing now today that much easier, having gone through the whole OCP process. And we had an amazing team effort, but the public consultation was incredible. In fact, many of those people on the citizens advisory committees, I'm still socially and professionally involved with in my network, and they actually help me with my job, as I'm doing right here now, to remind me of what we learned at the OCP, quite frankly. So it's an amazing process, and it's definitely involves a lot of public consultation, because that's key, because that way, as was mentioned, it's not just one neighborhood, one group, one particular bunch of individuals. It's everybody in the computer, including stakeholders. So it's a very elaborate process. So what I would like to say is that, like, I'm a little biased here. I was on the last OCP. We came through it, and it was an amazing journey. And at the end of it, I think we had an amazing OCP. which I refer to constantly. I have the binder in my office. I refer to it all the time, and I think it was really well done. And so that's my own commercial, I think, to Mr. Russell and his teams as we change consultants partway through. But at the same time, I would like to hear from council after hearing the presentations here. What do you feel is something that we should be reviewing out of that OCP that we already have, a very effective OCP, the living document? What would you like to see reviewed? What's a priority in your case to so staff have a conceptual idea of what that would look like? And it's going to be timing, it's going to be financing and consultation. So I'm going to let the floor open to say what you see in the OCP that we have today that is lacking and what needs to be improved, and which sections would you like to be reviewed? And we can, obviously address those issues with our staff that are here today. So I'll leave that open. Who wants to go first? Councilor Grunt, you had your hand up. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will throw one out immediately, which is dovetails off of the mini OCP update we approved earlier in this meeting, is that when the OCP was originally contemplated in 2013, it did not contemplate the significant amount of provincial legislation that would come down in the last year, actually. And so I think there's an opportunity to look at, given the fact that there is essentially no more single family residential zoning, thanks to the provincial legislation, does that have a cascade effect to how we want to look at the OCP, considering that we now have significantly more capacity for residential units than we did when the OCP was set up?
Good point. Mr. Russell, would you feel that an OCP review would actually reflect the new provincial requirements that have been sent down the pike to our lane?
If I may, Mayor, to yourself and Councillor Grants and the rest of council, it would absolutely take into consideration what the provincial changes are. What it would do, though, is I think it would look at what is the realistic uptake that those changes mean. So having something designated on the ground doesn't mean that it's going to happen. And so I think we would have to look at what, as part of that review process, it would be looking at what does it actually mean in terms of in terms of anticipated change. I'm going to use a bit of a cliche phrase, but it's difficult to unring a bell. And by that I mean when certain land use patterns are put on a map, it's challenging to say change a whole neighborhood that's existing from, say, residential to agricultural or rural. So all those things are things that would be looked at. But in my experience, OCP reviews are generally not radical changes. They're generally incremental. They typically look at what they new authorities that maybe we've been given through legislation. So in the past, such as the greenhouse gas emission targets, there's things like that. There's things on maybe the social housing aspect that I could envision an official community plan may have more specific and detailed policies on. And there would certainly be more policy guidance on considering these legislative changes. But as I said, it tends to be a more incremental change rather than a radical change to the existing plan.
Thank you. My concern, of course, is any legislative changes is only as good as the existing government, the existing party in power. And in the fact that typically you might say, well, we're good for about 4 years, but that's not the way our election cycles have worked out as of late when snap elections are caused. So typically, I'm afraid to spend a whole lot of effort into it to put today's legislative agreements in place. And then when 6 months time from now, there's an election called and another government gets in, that has a total different outlook on it, because recognizing that already there's municipal pushbacks happening on these legislation. We've seen it at our colleagues through UBCM are pushing back. Just to say about, that we're talking about the single family zones and so forth, and they're pushing back because they are upset that a provincial authority is now telling us what we put in our community, and in a one size fits all manner. And that's what I particularly object to, that as I've said before, Parksville special, but we're the ones that make that decision of what's best for Parksville. And I resent the fact that they are suggesting that you can have towers, you can have, you know, on transit hubs and so forth, you can go 6 to 8 stories. They're actually put that in place. And I resent that, and I want to fight that at every step of the way. But at the same time, perhaps another government that came in, perhaps one government would fall because they're too hard and fast on their stipulations, and another one may get in. So all that I'm saying is that we're only as good as the government in power. So Mr. Russell has proven the ability to adopt the bills that are in place right now without very little impact on us. So forth. We've slid with it. With the numbers and so forth, and we're actually better than their numbers, as we know, because that's what we do here. We do better. But at the same time, I don't want to be bound by the legislation, quite frankly. I just want them to, as I've said many times to this table, get out of our way and let us do our job. And that's what we do. And that's what we did here today. You know, when we decided on a particular development, we were not mandated to put that through. We are affecting the needs of our community. So I wouldn't get all hung up on it, is what I'm saying, because legally, I'm not sure if it's justifiable. But anyhow, just my comments. Follow up, Councilor Grins. Sorry.
Sure. Yeah. Whether that is an extensive process or a simple process is, you know, not clear right now. It doesn't need to be an extensive one, but I think the fact of the matter is that the OCP, one of the biggest changes that has happened has come out from outside and hasn't been something that was adopted by the community. So that the OCP process may be an opportunity to say, okay, well, if this is the case now with the provincial legislation, that may mean that we've got the ability to protect other areas that because we have more development now happening where we didn't originally intend it to happen in the OCP when that was first developed. So there could be some opportunity to look at that and still have a more Parksville approach to responding to the provincial legislation.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, that's good. Councilor Bill. Oh, okay. I saw your hand up in. I saw yours first. Councilor Beal, Councilor Gore, and then yes, go ahead, Councilor Beal.
Okay, thank you. I wasn't entirely ready, but that's all right. Personally, I would like to see a full review of the OCP. I do not want to select just one part or another over another part. But that being said, I really do anticipate that there are sections of our OCP that will require very little update or change. And in fact, wouldn't have to take a lot of time going through them. But I think it's really respectful of our residents to involve people in the full process. It has been, by the time it's done, it will be more than 10 years. So going back to our Director of Planning's mention, having something more fulsome, you know, in a 10-year period, I think it's time. In fact, I think it's overdue. A couple of points in particular. I know that there are a lot of changes in the people who live here. There are a lot of people who have moved here within that last time period. I'd like to know about them. I really do. I'd be curious to ask every single one of them. So what made you move here? I can have some good ideas about why they might have chosen Parksville over another area, but truly I want to know why. Okay, why did you come here? What's great about this spot? What is it that you like? What were you leaving that you wanted to leave behind and maybe come to here? And is that something that will inform a vision of what you want Parksville to continue to be or grow into be? I also agree, and thank you again for Mr. Russell for setting the stage there. It is anticipated that the OCP does allow for growth. It allows for development. But I also think that that can mean so many different things, including maybe we develop additional green spaces. Maybe we make some changes that will allow, as Councillor Gren said, that you've got increased density in some places. Maybe that frees up opportunities for someplace else. I don't necessarily see it as, and I don't want to see it as a problem to be solved, but more of as an opportunity opportunity for us to set the stage as to where we want to go, where do we want to make some positive changes, and how will that impact our lives. Another thing for me, and it's a big one, and I'll slow down, I'm just about done after that, is that I think we know even before the pandemic, we have been seeing incredible changes in how people shop. Anybody doing any online shopping here ever? Okay. So the need for bricks and mortar in terms of business has shifted. How people do their work, where they do their work has shifted. I mean, not entirely, but certainly somewhat. And also, how that then could potentially free up additional areas that are zoned, for instance, right now as strictly commercial. Maybe we've got more opportunity to shift where we put some of our residential areas or combine them. So I think all of those things need to be looked at. The importance of green space, that's certainly come out and even more so brought home post-COVID and during COVID, and the importance of mental health and all of those things. I really believe that good planning can lead to healthy, happier communities, and that's all I'll say right now. So I would like to see a full review. And a question though for our CAO, if I may, is at what point would you need an answer to, let's say, who the stakeholders would be, that sort of thing. And also I appreciate all the work that's gone into the presentation, including a potential timeline. And at what point would you want to get that from us?
If I may.
Go
through
ahead,
the mayor.
CEO. Go ahead.
So I think that would be when we're selecting the consultant, and then they would submit a comprehensive plan to you. And so if there were gaps, like we would include at the staff level, the usual groups, but if there's gaps, then council would be able to craft and tailor that plan that the consultant will be delivering. So we give them kind of the heads up on what we think, but if there's something specific that's really burning, like for example, a new group that had just formed for some community that we didn't know about, I think, today we're hoping to get a sense of if there's something like that, like something very important, like if you wanted to consult with some particular group that we don't normally, or a regional district that we wouldn't normally or something, I think it's really helpful for us to know that today. But normally what we'll do is an RFP will go out with the usual parameters around what the goal is and the timeline. So we'll need to understand like when are we looking to start this? And then they would that consultant, what you do in an RFP process is you give them the problem and they come up with the solution or the opportunities. And we guide them through by saying, here's what we did last time that works really well. Like I'm picking up, like the RFP would probably include like post-COVID review of, the economy and mixed use spaces and those kinds of things. And so we're taking notes on the conversation that goes here today. And then council will refine that with the consultant that you select when you're actually kind of launching the work plan, basically.
Okay, thanks, Kiva. We're in committee of the whole now, so with, pardon me, with Councillor Beale's statement that she would like, let's look at this, a full review, Councillor Beale would like. Could you provide, that should be relatively easy based in today's dollars, what would a full OCP review look like in costs, including consultation, consultants, and the full OCP review? Like, I don't even remember what the last one cost and so forth, but in today's dollars, just, we're not going to hold you to it. Class B estimate here.
Okay.
What would a full review look like, cost and time?
Okay.
And would it necessitate a tax increase? Is that what kind of dollar figure does this come with?
Yeah, so the CFO is sitting behind me, so she can throw a pen at me if I'm going on the wrong case here. And I'm going to give a bit of a planner answer, so you'll have to forgive me because it depends on the scope that council looks at. So we
Full
currently,
review.
yeah, so a full review, we currently have 250,000 in the budget. Is that correct, Jetta? Yay, off the top of my head. And then it will depend, as I mentioned, if council wants to do pockets of deeper review. So if you wanted to look at floodplain development or foreshore development. The previous time we had additional professional budget was required to do that. So you're going to have to pay an engineer who specializes in hydrology or something like that to do some of that review, if that's what council wants, and if the community is leading you that way. So there's a bit of a willingness to pay discussion that happens throughout the OCP process. And you as a council then have a sense of where people are willing to kind of pony up the money for those more in-depth reviews. So the baseline for that level of consultation and all the committees and all the things we mentioned, like boots at the market and that sort of thing, is the going rate, I suppose, is 250, but it can go up from there quite substantially depending on what you learn from the community and what the community wants to see. It can't go down much from there. Like the previous OCP 10 years ago was around 150,000, and we got a grant from FCM for about 86,000 and change. And that required us to have the sustainability, GHG, and environmental focus, and also required us to look at multimodal. So there were conditions attached to that funding. We're not really seeing a lot of funding for OCPs anymore. And I think, as Blaine touched on, the province, I think, if they stay if we keep the same government, will likely, I think, intervene a little bit more in OCPs and may even, say what we cannot include. And so you'll notice, if you are reading the legislation, it does already have a caveat in there that we may include statements on some of those things that we call spheres of concurrent jurisdiction. So things like environment, resource management, social issues. Eventually, if we get too far down some of those, and it's not consistent with the housing philosophy that the province currently has, they hold the ability to say, no, we're not really going to let you do that. So I think there's a bit of caution, and that's also where a consultant that has current expertise and has probably done OCPs with some communities in the last little while would maybe have a sense too of what's been flagged at the provincial level for some of our neighbors or peers that are doing reviews out there. But long answer, planner answer, 250 is what we have in the budget, and you can go higher if you're asking for a more in-depth review on some things.
Right. Thank you. I just want to have eyes wide open here. In the past, Mr. Russell was very involved in it and so forth. But what does this look like for Mr. Russell? There's probably, I won't say with other staff in the room here, but Mr. Russell is a very busy individual in his job. And what would that look like for Mr. Russell? Would Mr. Russell, because he does a lot of other stuff besides OCP engagement and so forth, what would happen to Mr. Russell's job? Because obviously I know how much time Mr. Russell was involved in the last time. And also, and the public engagement, I know how much time our Director of Communications. I can see those two departments being most affected by a full review. So how do we accommodate that? Because we're over capacity every day of the week already.
Yeah, so something's got to give there. That's what I was kind of mentioning. So yes, the planning director and the communications director and administration will be fully committed to this. Like, it's a huge endeavor. And then at certain times, different directors, it'll ramp up for them and then kind of ramp down. So as I mentioned, like when we're reviewing, doing say workshops or public events around engineering, they will have to down tools on other things and attend those events and provide background information. Like, I was really grateful to Councillor Beale today for acknowledging like the work that the director presented today is about 10 months worth of work, and to get those tables and do all the analysis, and a lot of it has to be done manually and following the regulations to a T. Like, it's an immense amount of work. And so even though it might be one line in an OCP policy, there's many hours and if sometimes weeks of work that has to go into that. So it is a give and take. And so there's a couple of options. Council could hire term positions to support and backfill those managers when they're fully engaged in the OCP. We haven't typically done that. What we've done is pause the other work on council direction around where those priorities are. And it really then council has to explain to people that might complain about project A being slower, that's because we're focusing our resources on the OCP process. Or alternatively, the OCP process takes longer and you tell staff in 26, the OCP is second to those other projects. So we've really kind of tried to maintain it within our, like living within our current FTE budget and not relying on term positions, but that is something that council could explore if you want to do everything, if then the pie's got to get bigger.
Thank you. So I have my calculator running out. Now I got $250,000 consultation fees and possibly more to hire staff to relieve some of the pressure from communications and planning. Okay, so that's another cost. Okay, that's fine. I'm done with that line of questioning. Councillor Gore, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I think I would like to echo what Councillor Beal just mentioned. The reason for a full OCP review is the amount of public engagement that comes with it. Yes, I understand the costs and other implications, but it's such a vital document that brings the community together, and they have a vision that they see our city grow in the next 20 years plus. And if we don't really do, let's say, the future land use designation, the Schedule B and the DPAs, which are very essential part of what our job is, then the OCP is nothing but a fairy tale with nothing else. Just, yes, some nice statements to begin with. We will do this, we will achieve that. But unless those are matched with the land use in Chapter 5, as was mentioned in Chapter 9, then definitely there is no use of doing this review. Another focus that has shifted now with the provincial regulations, as Councillor Grenz was talking about, if we do not focus how we grow now and do not do a full-on review, just the way the provincial mandates are, we will just become a concrete block of apartment buildings from north to south and east to west. A focus, in my opinion, has to be on the watershed protection. We need to look at how our land use can be compatible with the regional districts that we abut in our region. There is a mention of that in the OCP, but our land use does not really live up to that expectation of what the OCP wants. So that's why I would personally like to see a full-on review with a strong focus on the quality of life of our residents, the green space that we were all talking about. And the OCP currently talks about how within 800 square meters, people should have access to a green space. As we see more and more of compact housing and high densities, I would like us to see even revised number. I think a policy that's talked about is a 3 by 30 by 300, which talks about having 3 trees, and I think within 300 square meters, people having access to a green space, and 30% tree canopy. So incorporating these ideas in the future OCP review, in my opinion, are very important. That's why a patchwork OCP review, in my opinion, would be a gross injustice to a lot of people who've been waiting for a full-on review for a very long time. And thank you to you, Mr. Mayor, for doing the work in 2013. But I think it's time to pass on the baton to the new people who've moved into Parksville, who have a different vision about Parksville. So give them the opportunity to come up with something new. Thank you.
Councillor Martin, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've been looking forward to this and to us engage with the community, as been said earlier, to find out how things have changed, yes, in the last 10 years or so, and what more we can do or not do. We don't know. We want to have that input from them. So that's, I mean, we've heard 2 other councillors express, I support this 100%, and I think a patchwork would be very bad. And we need to do a full-on OCP, and if it takes this council and the next council to finish it off, then do it. And then we'll have it like you did many years ago, and how you enjoyed it and found it very purposeful. Yeah. So thank you.
Any other comments? Councillor Wood, go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor. Just through yourself to council. It was almost like a mandate, it seemed, coming from the election, because I remember specifically the OCP coming up quite a few times during our couple of all candidates meetings. And I think the public engagement factor is worth the investment. I think we have a public that wants to be engaged with council, and we get some emails and we get some phone calls and some coffees. But I think a process as to how we're going to use the land and what the future of Parksville is, I think that's worth the investment to do a fulsome review. You know, when we start to look for a consultant who's going to lead us through this process, you know, a city of close to 15,000 people, it's not an OCP review process for the city of Vancouver with 500,000 people. So ideally, the consultant kind of leads us through and goes slowly through some of the parts where we seem to get quite a bit of engagement, and where it seems like, yeah, this part is still great because the previous OCP review did a good job and it's a living document, and we haven't had a lot of feedback on this. We can kind of glide through those parts. You know, obviously we won't get it done on this term, and it will be involved, you know, the next mayor and council will be involved as well. But I think it's worth it. And I especially would like to see us think about the amount of provincial contributions for infrastructure that we've seen this term, as we see the province having a record-breaking deficit. I think that the future of our city is critical to understanding how much we can depend on the provincial government for non-market housing, for treatment centers, for financial contributions, for pollution control centers. I think it's critical that we take all of that into account when we look at all of the chapters in our OCP review. So I haven't been part of this before, like yourself, unlike yourself, but I would like to see us do a fulsome review. It's time to open it up. It's been a long time coming. We have some money set aside for it. If it comes to finding some more money to go a little bit extra distance in a couple of areas, then we can have that discussion. And those are my thoughts. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm looking for first-time speakers first. Anyone else is a first-time speaker? Okay, Councillor Beal, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yes, I too was involved with the OCP review last time around, but not in the same group. And yes, we went through two different consultants, and then led by the planning department head at the time. So hopefully this time around, we would have a consultant that could see us all the way through. I know that for myself, when I did campaign to be part of this council, that the OCP was #1 on my list. And I agreed along with the rest of us to have it take a bit of a backseat to getting the water study started, and also the transportation master plan looked at. And I would really hope and expect that those will also be able to inform us and inform the citizenry. But I think that the OCP having a really good look at that, it's time. But like I say, the things that we have decided upon should also help us with that as well.
Thank you. Concluding comments. We're at a committee of the whole. Go ahead, Councillor Grunts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I threw one thing out there, but maybe since we're going on the full topic here now. So I think it's important that we recognize that at the beginning of this term of council, we set out a series of steps that we saw would kind of fall like dominoes. And we are now at the OCP domino. The previous dominoes were looking at the drinking water, which is the reports coming on that. It was looking at recreation and engagement and all these pieces that and the master plans that all fit together that lead us to the point here now where we have a lot of data, and will have a lot of data. In particular, the water study, when that comes, will provide a lot of data as to maybe the capacity and future for drinking water in our community. So now the question is, what is our vision for Parksville as a community? And it may be that the vision for the next 20 years is quite different than what, given the changes in where people live and how people shop and all the things like Councillor Beal mentioned. Those things have changed, and also where Vancouver Island has changed and where Canada has changed. All these things, we've gone through a rapid period of change over the last 20 years. You've got the pandemic, you've got tariffs and changing world orders and all these things. How do we see ourselves as a community in this change? And one thing that I think is critically important is how do we support one another as a community and create a community that fosters what a true community is, which is interdependence and support and collaboration and all those things that make a place a great place to live. So that said, I would love to see the OCP review look at this vision piece quite fully with the community, high level of engagement. What do we see the future of Parksville looking like for our children and grandchildren? And then once we have that, maybe we find that what we have from a technical perspective is pretty on target. Maybe it's, well, the land use is, well, it's pretty consistent with that, or the GHG emissions and all that that we've targeted, maybe they're pretty good, a little bit of tweaking. So with the budget we have set aside, I hope that we can do that piece, and maybe it comes to the end of that's all we need. Maybe it'll be, well, we really need to dig into a whole bunch of engineering reports and then dig into all, but I'm hopeful that we don't need to because of the work that we've already done, in particular the water one, which we invested a significant amount of funds towards, and is kind of the most important factor in the capacity of the community. So I guess in summary is I hope that we can really capture the vision for the future of this community in the OCP, and whether that has a significant impact on what the OCP needs to look like moving forward, I don't know, because I don't know right now what the vision would be that everyone would come together around.
Yes, and thank you for those comments, Joel. I agree with a lot of it, like the last time. Climate change? What was that? That was just a little sparkle out there that we looked at, but we didn't really dive into. Climate change in 10 years has changed immensely. That whole, you talk about GHGs? You had to ask me, 10 years ago, what's a GHG? I would have think it was a, new medicine. But regardless, so staff are taking down notes. So what you just said about looking at this vision of where we are now as compared to where we were before. What's important to our current, the people that live in Parksville right now, what's important to them, those people that have moved here. So I think the point's well taken. It's good, and our staff are actually, so that's kind of a specific direction that we want part of this to go into, is to consider that vision of what our new residents and our current residents can feel is going to make a better community overall. That it takes all these new factors, and like COVID changed everything. It did a whole bunch of things, but it also made it so that we can, communicate via, like our Zooming and so forth, like that. It's got people that are far away to be able to connect quicker and closer. So there's a lot of different factors. So that's a good point. Well taken. And I know Kiva's already written it down. So thank you.
Yeah, maybe one quick thing on that is that because of my marketing background, we do want to think about what our brand is as a community and relative to other communities, and that has changed maybe a little bit out there. So engaging with the Tourism Association, engaging with the business community, engaging with the citizens,
Right.
Understand what it is that where we fit, what's our niche, and then also that other piece I mentioned, how we come together as a good community where we all love living with each other.
Peace and love. I remember that part. My hair was down to here though. It was. Just let you, I'm just going to get direction here. At this point, CAO, do we need a motion to suggest this scope? What I'm hearing from the council is they're looking for a full review. So that's fine. That's what we've heard today. So I would like to reflect that. Do you need a motion to say that? Sorry.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And can we do it now in committee of the whole, or do we have to bounce out?
Yeah, so the committee has to recommend to council, but a couple of things that I've got notes on that I was hoping to get a motion on in the council meeting. So you don't have to make the motion now if you want to just do it in the council, but we need direction on a 2026 priority, which I'm not sure if that's where we're going. I am hearing full review, and I'm hearing comprehensive community engagement, vision, establishing the future vision of Parksville, focusing on land use and regulations in the DPAs, infrastructure implications and development that balances quality of life, incorporating the other master plans, water comprehensive study, transportation master plan, that other master plans, branding, and then a post-COVID reality, just looking at the change, some of the geopolitical realities, trade and that kind of thing. And then climate change would always be in there anyway, and the implications for that. And then touching a little bit on what we used to call sort of carrying capacity. So developing within the constraints of the city in terms of water, land, green space. And so if that's capturing everything, I think the only thing we don't have clear direction on is whether we're initiating this in 2026 or waiting till the next council. And then, so a motion to that effect in the council meeting would probably be helpful.
Thank you. And that's the direction I'm going to take it right now. So council, what we heard from Kiva was the fact that we need a priority. We all had the explanation that we know very well what's happening in 26. 10 months left for our term, but the last 2 months, as we know, it goes into election mode and it takes a different flavor. So anyways, so we realize that whatever we start is not going to be completed in our term. We accept that. At the same time, can we agree, if we agree to do the full review, can we agree to give staff a timeline when they would like the process to start? Are you okay with one of the slides said June, that they can start the RFPs, which is the initial things, whatever. I guess, CAO, if you could explain, what are the preliminary steps that would happen first before anything else happened that may be minimally impacting of the staff work plan for 26?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So initially, what we would do is prepare the RFP, and it depends on council's wishes. If you trust us to write out what you said in the RFP, we wouldn't normally bring that back to you for review. We would normally just issue it. And so we would get that ready to issue by January as our goal. And then we would give, as I mentioned, usually 45 days for consultants to bid. And we would take a report back to council realistically in April with our evaluation criteria. And so usually what we do is they have to bid based on cost as well. So even though there is $250,000 allocated, that's not all to go to consultant. So we do usually a process where it's not just cost, it's also quality and value of the consultant's plan. But there is an incentive for them to be competitive. And then what we will do is evaluate. Usually we bring the top 3 to council with a recommendation for one. And some of that information is kept for proprietary reasons in a closed meeting in terms of if you want to delve into everything. But we usually bring the top 3 with the reasons why we're recommending consultant number A or letter A to be your chosen one. And then that would bring us to if you selected a person and we got as many bids as we needed in the beginning and didn't have to extend, we would be looking at starting some kind of engagement in June at the earliest. And then there could be a few different opportunities. We could establish the committee if that's what council wanted to do, like a citizen committee. And we could have a couple of events in the summer months, as we mentioned, kind of at the market maybe, and at the community park and at some of other events in town. So it would get kicked off and initiated and then paused while everything happens and then started up again with an opportunity for some either course correction or refinement from the new administration early in 27.
Right. And I think that's all doable. And I think that that's a good way to proceed. The only comment I'd have is I'd think the choosing of the citizen committee and so forth, I think the start should happen, but it shouldn't be decided until after the election. Because I think it should be the new council that decides and approves the citizens committee and so forth on it. We can do some preliminary heads up consultation. I'm just thinking because after the new election, You know, maybe there's some people that are going to be on the committee, some people that shouldn't be on the committee to change their mind if they
Yeah.
don't like the new council.
If I may, some people on the committee might be on council. You never know.
Well,
and
and
so-
exactly so.
Yeah, I think that realistically, there'd probably only be one committee meeting anyway, by the time you as a council select those individuals. And realistically as well, a lot of people do have other commitments in the summer months
Right.
when it's obviously the most amazing time to be here and you may not want to be sitting in this room in a committee meeting. So from a staff perspective, I don't think we have concerns with that. And I think for the committee to be effective, it really there needs to be a lot of buy-in from the elected officials on who's on there.
Right.
So I think that makes a lot of sense.
Okay. Thank you for that. Okay. We want to, any other questions on that line of timing? Yes, go ahead, Councillor Beal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'd just like to say that I have every confidence in staff and I really like what's been laid out there as a timeline and also opportunities for initial engagement, understanding that it works up to, more focused committee meetings as well. And I also think that I also have a lot of confidence that a good OCP review, it really is about the community and the community input. And when it's well done, it's not really going to matter. I think that it bridges from one council to the next. It's larger than, the individuals around this table. It's for our whole community. And one would really think that whatever comes out of it would be well received by whatever council is here. So I don't have any worries in that regard. I'd also just like to add that that's where we really are so fortunate in that we have amazing members in our community. I mean, not to say that everybody doesn't have strengths to contribute, but we have such a wealth of expertise in our volunteers, whether it be in environmental groups or recreation groups. I mean, we have retired folks who have held incredible positions in whatever career they had. So we have just so much from the community that's going to inform this whole process. And I think we're really, really lucky there.
Thank you. Councillor Gore?
Yes, I just wanted to say that, Mayor, that with the Citizen Advisory Committee, I don't see a reason why it should be deferred to the next council. Like Councillor Beal said, it's about the community, and the community is not going to change with the election. So I would like us to take on this responsibility to have the ball rolling on this, to have the committee set up so we can get this going. The next council will probably, I think we talked about last time, will be settling in, getting to know what to do and all those good things. In the meantime, the advisory committee can start doing the work in the background. I don't see a reason why it should be deferred to the next council.
Yeah, only for the fact, Councillor Gore, is that this entire council could change.
But
This entire council could change, and as you say, the flavor of the new council may be saying, no, we want to either look at this OCP review further, or we want to adjust it, or they can, because that council has that ability. And I don't want to take that decision-making process away from the new council. I think that's unfair to do so and unwise.
But with all due respect, Mayor, it doesn't though. It doesn't take that authority from the new council. The advisory committee is just advising the council, and they can always make changes, not accept whatever the advisory committee provides.
No, I'm talking about the advisory committee positions themselves, not what the suggestions are going to be. That's going to be a long time down the road. But the thing is that regarding the fact that the positions that are filled on that are going to be positions that are going to have the current council's blessings. You have to, as the CEO mentioned, the current council, the new council, will have to have full confidence in that committee, or else it's not going to work. I can guarantee you. I've seen
I
it on
understand that,
other
but we're
board members.
talking about a vision document for the city for the next 20 plus years. And we are hung up on this 1 year. Council might change, and the people represented on the council might not represent. Like, I don't agree with that.
Okay, well, that's up to you, sir. Thanks. Councillor Martin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I think that the community, just like our previous Councillor Gar was mentioning, the community is the community. It's the people. It's got, and I understand about the committees and all these different people that are elected and all that, but it's still the community. So if we have a community group, whatever they advise, just because it's an election, are we going to change our whole focus towards where Parksville goes? I don't think so. This is like he said for 20 years. It's not for this week or next week. It's the future. And it's about time we did something like fulsome like this. That's all. I'm not questioning what you're saying. I just think with the new council, they will support some of the things and they will say, oh, we could go this way or that way, but they're not going to say, stop it. I don't agree. I think they probably will say, hey, this is about time, because we've had so many people ask us. I was asked when I was running. That was 4 years ago. And so now, you know, why would they want to change? I think they would want to take our advice and then move on. Maybe not. I'm naive, I guess. You're smiling. I don't know, but this is the way I'm thinking.
I've been through a few councils.
I know. Anyway, that's just my thoughts.
Sorry. Yes, go ahead. Councillor Fraz, go ahead, sir.
Just a question, am I able to apply for the committee and also run for council again next year? Because if I'd like to be part of the process in some way or another, and same thing for everyone in this council too. If you want to be a part of it and you apply for, you run through the election and don't get elected, you missed your opportunity to also get on that committee. So I think we should wait till after election so everybody has a chance to participate in it.
And that too was my point. Things change. We could have a wholesale change in this, what it looks like at this table. And reality is that even if the Citizens Advisory Committee was appointed or anointed by this council, it would be July, August. Then we're going to say, okay, nothing. Don't just sit on your application for 5 months because we're not going to have a meeting until 5 months. You know, there's the election and so forth, and then the council has to figure out where the bathroom is before they even decide where this is. Councillor Martin.
Mary, thank you.
We're committed.
I was thinking about these presentations, these input from the community first, and then we have the committees. So whatever happens time-wise, I don't know how that works, but we need to get a fulsome sort of understanding what the community wants. And when would that happen?
I think we're discussing a very moot point here.
Yeah.
I think we should get going on what we're deciding here and actually let staff actually
Yes.
figure out the best way, because it's going to be time frame. I think that personally, I think that the CAO's timeline is not long enough. I think it's going to be delayed back further because I know what's going on and I know how much they already have on their plate. But having said that, I'm going to ask for a motion and a recommendation from a committee of the whole. Do we do it in the regular way as a motion or just consensus?
So if I may, if we're wanting to make a recommendation from committee, we make basically like a motion, same kind of process.
Right.
But then what happens with that motion is you rise and report, and that motion gets recommended to council and you have to vote on it and confirm it in council. Or
Okay.
you can change it in council. if
Yeah,
you
that's
want.
great.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm
So,
willing to make a motion, Mayor.
yeah, well, Councillor Beal is the one that's
Okay.
kind of led it. So I'm going to let Councillor Beal. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Councillor Beal, go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to recommend that we support a full OCP review, respecting the plan timelines as outlined by our CAO. Is that acceptable?
I'll second it.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, with the permission of council, we'll probably flesh it out to be the topics that we talked about just a few minutes ago, just so that we have the ability to review the minutes. And if there's something we missed before we issue the RFP, council has the opportunity in January to tell us. Because we want to make sure that the RFP has that flavor of the items that you mentioned. So if council was okay with the list that I can go through it again if you want, but really just to provide that guidance to the RFP responders, that those are the kind of lenses that we want them to apply. So if that's the intent of your motion, we'll write that out.
That sounds great. So including the following topics or, including, yes, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
You're okay with that,
Sorry,
Councilor?
Kiva, can you
Okay.
repeat the list, please?
And oh, how about we get you to second the motion first? Council Gore, second the motion?
I did.
Yeah, okay. Now open for discussion. So you want CAO Kaler to read the list again?
Okay, thank you. And we'll go back and watch it so to make sure I don't forget things. So we are basically looking at a 2026 priority from council for a full-scale review of the OCP. We would issue the RFP as early as we can in 26. It will include comprehensive community engagement, exploring how we use the land and vision for the future of Parksville, focusing on land use section, designations and the regulations in the DPAs. Looking at infrastructure implications and development that balances quality of life, incorporating the water master plan results, the transportation master plan, and the other master plans that were presented on infrastructure, considering provincial legislation impacts, branding for the city of Parksville for today and the future, creating a comprehensive vision for Parksville that is mindful of new geopolitical realities in a post-COVID world. What else do we have here? Looking at the sort of carrying capacity or living within the means of the constraints of the environment and green space with development. A bit of climate change that was mentioned, so that's a kind of a given. And that we would continue with that after the next council. But what I was hearing is that we would not appoint the community advisory group until after the election. But I would maybe caution there that the person might not even, the selected consultant might not even recommend that. They might recommend something else.
Okay,
So
right.
I think we can kind of park that and then it'll come back to council in April, May for refinement of exactly what you want delivered on the work plan for the consultant.
Right. And I like your comment about we can park that. Okay, thank you. All those in favor or
I have a question.
do you have something else? Yeah, go ahead, Councilor Gore.
Yes, thank you. Kiva, is it necessary to add watershed protection as well? Or is it included in the things that you already mentioned in your list?
I think it's implied, but I can add that in if you want that expressly
Yes, please.
in there.
Okay. All those in favor? Okay, good discussion. Thank you.
So now, Mr. Mayor, we basically can just go back in, once we adjourn in committee, we
Right.
can right away, if council is comfortable, we can just endorse that motion and then we're given our marching orders to get going.
Right, okay, let's adjourn the, could I get adjournment for the committee of the whole? Councilor Wood and seconded by Councilor Grens. All those in favor to adjourn? Thank you. We're back now into regular council meeting.
And so if I may, Mr. Mayor, suggest that council would rise and report on the recommendation from committee. And we would need a mover and a seconder to confirm that resolution that was just passed in committee and give us our resolution to move forward.
Right, okay. Councilor Beal, can I ask you to do that again? And let's be consistent here. Councilor Gore is seconding. Any further discussion? All those in favor? That carries. Good job. We have under notices of motion, we have 5 notices of motion on the agenda. Here we have Councilor Fraz regarding the city participation in the electric kick scooter pilot project. Councilor Fraz, would you like to introduce your motion?
All right, this is mostly a housekeeping item as informed as required for this program that we advanced with Evolve recently. So with that, I want to move the recommendation here that the city of Parksville consents to electric kick scooter pilot project taking place within the city of Parksville.
I'll second that motion. Any further discussion? On the motion on the floor, go ahead, Councilor Gore.
Yeah, I have a question to our staff on this. I was reading this BC reg. Can staff confirm this will not trigger a bylaw change to our traffic bylaw?
Go ahead, CAO Kaler.
Yes, if I may, thank you, Mr. Mayor. It does not require a bylaw change to our traffic bylaw. Scooters are not allowed to be on sidewalks per provincial legislation. And that was our bylaw already says they can't be on sidewalks. And the other thing is just bicycles. So there's no bylaw change required. Just maybe if I may, Mr. Mayor, we had a kickoff meeting with the EVO staff last week. And they gave us a lot of great information, and we have a work plan, basically working towards a launch with them in April. And the provincial government reached out to us to let us know about this pilot, and I think we're in pretty good shape to move things forward. But one of the requirements is that council must expressly state exactly what Councillor Fraz said, for us to allow allow the scooters on our roads.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Beal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through to our CAO. Just a couple of questions. Love the idea. Thanks for bringing it forward. What I was curious about is then, assuming that this is passed, is there, do we have some information on a communication rollout, et cetera? And I'm presuming that the hope is that we'd be like really ready to go by the time that the EVO group is here in place. So has that behind the scenes already been done?
Yes, if I may, through the mayor. So that was what we talked about. So we met for a couple of hours last week, like I said, and there is a very large marketing and launch component that EVO has. And we'll be partnering with them, and they're actually hoping that council members will be there for some of those events, and doing like a broad community engagement and education piece that would benefit all e-mobility users, not just the EVO renters. And I think we invited them to come back to council in February. Can't remember, we'll have to double check. But we worked with them to figure out a date that works to kind of give an update, a status update to the community on where they're at a council meeting. And then, like I mentioned, I think the launch date we were talking about was April, to be ready for the season, kind of starting around Easter time. So yeah, we talked about a lot. And the RCMP were present in the meeting as well. We invited them, which was very helpful on the safety and kind of regulatory side. So it was a good meeting.
Thank you, CAO. All those in favor? That carries unanimous. Thank you. Next on the notices of motion, we have Mayor O'Brien bringing traffic calming and renaming of the highways. The following motions have been provided on the agenda in lieu of notice, so council may consider them at December 15th meeting. Here we have now, council, I have three recommendations. Do you want to do it all together, or do you want me to break them out? You're aware of them already. Can I do them all together? Or do you want them broken out? Okay. All together is fine? Okay. Okay, all together now. Okay. Do I have a mover? I'm going to move the following, and I'll ask for a seconder. That recommendation one, this is to do with the traffic calming after the transportation master plan that we had. Recommendation number one, that prior to June 30th, 2026, staff be directed to provide a report to council outlining a list of required work tasks and related budget costs necessary to implement a name change for Highway 19A Island Highway to Ocean Boulevard for the full length of the road within city limits, including the communication strategy for first responder groups, provincial agencies, the public, and other stakeholders to ensure the transition occurs smoothly. And I kind of gloss over that. So the recommendation here is to change the name for Highway 19A Island Highway to Ocean Boulevard. Part two is that prior to June 30th, 2026, staff be directed to provide a report to council outlining the list of required work tasks and related budget costs necessary to implement a name change for Highway 4A Alberni Highway to Mountain View Boulevard from 19A Ocean Boulevard to the train station of the southern boundary of the city, including the communication strategy for first responder groups, provincial agencies, the public, and other stakeholders to ensure the transition occurs smoothly. Recommendation number three is under the traffic calming for the speed limit reductions, is recommendation that prior to July 31st, 2026, staff be directed to report to council on the implementation steps and budget costs to reduce the speed limits on roads within Parksville per the details below. A, reduce speed limit from 60 kilometers an hour to 50 kilometers an hour from the southernmost boundary of the city of Parksville on the current Island Highway 19A to McVicker Street. B, reduce speed limit from 50 kilometers an hour to 40 kilometers an hour from McVicker Street to Bay Avenue. C, reduce speed limit to 50 kilometers an hour from Bay Avenue to Wright Road. D, reduce speed limit from 50 kilometers an hour to 40 kilometers an hour at Highway 19A to Jensen Avenue. E, reduce speed limit through all neighborhoods and Resort Drive to 40 kilometers an hour, except dedicated collected roads on what was known as the truck route, Corfield Street to Despard, upon which the speed limit is to be 50 kilometers an hour. I have a seconder for that recommendations. Seconded by Councillor Fraz. I'll go back to speak briefly to the first two that are the name renaming of the highways. Basically, this is after a transportation master plan we had. We talked about traffic calming being an important thing, and these three items were chosen recommendations because we have such a heavy workload. But this was just to establish as a placeholder in the 2026 work plan as to consideration to start moving the traffic calming process ahead further. The first suggestion was to do the renaming, the work to get the renaming done. And basically we're taking the name highway out of our roads that are two main roads in the city of Parksville, taking the highway out of it, which would be hopefully imply that this is no longer a highway. So please consider traffic calming measures and so forth that will make our community safer for everybody. And so that was the reason for the renaming, taking the highway out of the name. The second recommendations was for the traffic calming, also from the traffic master plan, and also consultation with other neighboring municipalities and so forth that have done reduction in speed limits, and it has made a drastic effect in the number of fatalities, pedestrian and bike related, when the speed limits were reduced, and makes it a safer community for all. So that is the reasoning for it in a nutshell. There's obviously a lot more, but that is the reason. Any other comments? Or Councillor Fraz, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for bringing this forward. I was actually, after that committee of the whole, I was wondering what happened to some of the recommendations there that we discussed them. I was pretty excited for them. I think this is a good start towards some of them, but I'm looking forward to when we get to see the rest of it, particularly with the highway. Because I think when we talk about having a vision or a brand for Parksville, a highway through town is, I've never heard anyone think of that as the branding that they want or the vision they want to have for Parksville. So I'm looking forward to all the different things that come out of it, whether it be the crossings along there, the changing the widths of the lanes, or just how it gets beautified so that when you cross that bridge and come to town, you feel like you've entered Parksville instead of having to race down these wide open lanes until you get to Parksville. So the name change, I've only heard positive things from people as well. You know, I think they're beautiful names as they are. I don't know if you're heading kind of northeast down the Alberni Highway, if Mountain View is, if we call the other lane one direction, the Ocean View. No, it's a fantastic name. So that's why I support this. And as far as the speed limit changes, I think generally people aren't driving these 50 kilometers an hour down these residential roads anyways. A lot of them, they don't allow for it just for the safety factor, cars parked, people on the roads walking, that type of thing. So I think having the speed limits more in line with what people are wanting to be doing in the community is going to be helpful as well. So
thank you. Councillor Martin, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it's great too. I support this. The speed limits, particularly concerning the children and the activities that go on around certain areas. I wondered about with the OCP, is this a time where we could maybe bring up the idea of a name, like, I don't know, get the community involved in the name? I mean, I know these names are good, but like you were saying, Mountain View as you're going up and Ocean View as you're coming down. So, I mean, it's just an obvious thing. I just wondered if that's something that would be involved with that. I just had an idea. I wondered.
we just don't want to delay that any further because we want the placeholder to go through, and these names were actually chosen from a citizens advisory committee before.
Oh, were they? Oh.
Yeah, they were actually. Yeah. Councillor Grant, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for bringing these items forward. And yes, agree, great to move some of these transportation master plan items forward. So on the names, I am fully in agreement that we should change the highway portion of the name. I do have reservations about the other part of the name, partly because of something I've heard from folks downtown, is that it would require quite a number of changes to their business cards and signage and all that sort of stuff if the actual name changes. So, for example, we could go Alberni something else, Boulevard, but keep the Alberni, just take out the highway part. So I'm reluctant to go for the names themselves because of that concern. But otherwise, I'm supportive of taking the highway part out for sure.
Yeah.
And then on the speed, I do have a question through to staff, whether these are speed limits that are supported by engineering and any other sort of studies that would have been done by the city, whether these are supported by staff.
Yeah, so those speeds is a suggestion for engineering to review it and what that looks like. And that's what it actually says is actually implementation steps. And some of those implementation steps from engineering may be that this is not a good suggestion for this one at this particular location. They're just going to look at all those locations and recommend or not recommend it. So we'll be getting a report. The only thing I'm going to go back to Councillor Grant, I'm going to go back to the name thing on it. I don't think we should get hung up on that. I heard the suggestions too at the PDBA, but as my good friend and colleague down in the Grand City of Nanaimo, Mayor Leonard Krogh, mentioned about all the a loss of business and so forth that would happen when he actually tore apart his down Commercial Drive for the last year. And he actually had a huge amount of pushback from the businesses that lost money and so forth. And they weren't happy with it because they had to do a name change on it. But he says, short-term pain for long-term gain is what he says. So you have to look at the big picture. You're talking about vision here. This is going to the vision that you're trying to describe here, that Parksville is not a city with a highway going through it. Parksville is a ocean boulevard. That will become actually a status symbol, my friend, that actually to have your business on Ocean Boulevard, I just increased the profit you can make right now. I'm not kidding. Marketing, it makes incredible sense. And so to hear the complaint about, but it's going to cost us extra change. Yes, and so be it. But at the very end of it, look at the gain you're getting here, because now the PDBA wants us to get more business in down Parksville. This will do that, but it will also do it by changing that name to take that highway thing out of it. We're not just that little town with a highway running through it and back and forth, and another highway for tourism pointing a good way to get to Alberni. Well, we don't want to go to Alberni. We don't want them stopping here. So that's why the name changed. And I don't agree with that argument or that comment about it. It's an acceptable cost of doing business. And in this particular case, the cost of doing business in the city and in Nanaimo, they lost a lot of business. But at the end of it, the final result of what City of Nanaimo has done to the downtown is just incredible. They've changed it all around completely. So those businesses put up with an awful lot. They stuck around, and now they're going to benefit from the fact that someone had vision to actually create that. So that's why I'm kind of stuck on this. I don't want to get hung up on that again, because that's what happened the very last time, and that's all I'm saying. So, Councillor Gort, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you tell me why are those timelines in your recommendations? Why June 30th? Why July 31st? Is there a reason?
Staff recommendation, Councillor Gort. When it was possible to do, anyways, with the work frame that they have or with the work schedule they have. Not my timelines. I just wanted a place marker in place because I realize that a lot of the traffic calming initiatives will be happening with the next council after the election. So that was our staff's recommendations, just to have it in place where they could find the time to give us that report that we need.
So I understand, Mayor, thank you, that these recommendations are derivatives of what was the transportation master plan. I wonder, to have the continuity of this 19A, let's say, to be called the Ocean Boulevard rather than 19A Ocean Boulevard, then it becomes 19A again. Would it not be more prudent to have a conversation with the surrounding municipalities and local governments to have that one uniform name for the street, for the highway?
No, this is just the city of Parksville we're talking about here. It goes to the boundaries of the city of Parksville. Boundaries from one end to the other is Ocean Boulevard all the way through, and the city of Parksville boundary from where 19A is now for Alberni Highway, going all the way to the train station, which is the end of our urban containment boundary. While you're in Parksville, that's the name of the road.
I have a question, one more, either to you or to the staff. So when it talks about the speed reductions, back to about 40 kilometers an hour, does it also include Church Road? It's not explicitly in the resolution. It does say all neighborhoods and Resort Drive, but does that 40 kilometers speed reduction include Church Road near Wembley?
Church Roads and Parks or in French Creek?
No, it's
Or
a part of it is
you mean just, oh, right by Wembley, that little strip there?
yes.
Yeah, it would be in that category, Councillor Gore, it would definitely be going from 50 to 40.
I thought it was a dedicated collector road, so it might not be. Sorry.
Okay, well, that will be up to the staff recommendation to do it. They're going to look at each one of them to the traffic count as well. So the staff will bring that back in the report. Okay. All those in favor? Sorry. Oh, sorry. Councillor Wood, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I like the names and I like that it came from a previous, I guess, citizens engagement or OCP process. And I do like the marketing idea. I mean, Ocean Boulevard and Mountain View Boulevard, even if you're driving north on Mountain View Boulevard, if you look far enough across the water, you can see mountains on a clear day, so it still counts.
On a clear day.
And I love the lowering of the speeds where people don't need to be driving fast. We see that kind of spreading across Europe, Canada, Vancouver. The one thing I do want to mention, though, is that we did hear from the Downtown Business Association that there will be costs to the businesses, and I don't think that's a reason to hold up this process, to your point. But I do think it would be good for council to have that information as part of the report, just so that we know the cost to local businesses of this decision. It's just more information for council to make a better informed decision on this. And it also throws the Downtown Business Association a bone that says, hey, we were listening, and it's part of the report. And even though that is going to be a cost for these businesses that are caught up in this, for business cards and speaking to Canada Post and all the rigmarole that they'll have to go through, council understands those costs, and we think it's going to be worth it for the future of your business, even though there's a little bit of, to Mayor Krog's point, a little bit of short-term pain for long-term gain. And so that's the only point that I might bring up on that. Thank you.
Good point. And CAO Taylor, can we just include that in the report?
Yes, if I may, through you, when you and I talked about it, that was kind of the intention of what we would do a communication strategy.
Yes.
We need a bit of time to research what's worked well in other communities. There are a couple of examples. Courtney just did the speed change. So we're going to try and get information from them. But one of the things we have talked about is doing kind of a little how-to communication strategy for the businesses. So like our residents who live on those roads, like how do you go about changing your address and figuring all of that out. We also have, we're going to be talking with first responders to make sure that that's all done seamlessly. So perhaps to manage expectations, the report will come back with the work plan on how to do it. It's not going to be like an implemented thing by the end of the year. Like we're just going to lay out everything that we need to think about. So there would be opportunity, I guess, for council to get feedback from the business community or others. But really what we would be bringing back in kind of the summertime is the list of all the things we have to do and think about to make that change happen. And one of the really important things is you can't have any downtime like for first responders, right? It has to be, everyone has to know where they are if they need to call 911. So the fire chief has already identified a few things, but we just need time to put the full action plan into place. And so we'll be bringing that back to council. And the reason why we picked two different, or why I suggested two different dates is because we need to write one report and we need time to write the other report for the next council meetings. So we'll be doing the research in the next 6 months, and then we just need a bit of a break for that department to write one report, take a breather and write the next report for the next council. So that's why it's June and July.
Perfect. Thank you. Go ahead, Councilor.
Thanks, Mayor. And I guess my other question would be regarding Ministry of Transportation and Transport. I'm sure that this kind of reads like we're going to skip those sections, but I was wondering through staff if there's a way that we could have MOTT involved with it and have a nice flow through their area as well. Thanks.
Yeah, and that was part of the communication strategy with the other stakeholders. Yeah, but carry on. Yeah, see you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're actually going to make sure that we don't need to do anything formal with the ministry. We assume we don't have to, but we need to ground truth that and make sure that there's not like a notification process or anything like that. So that will be part of the plan that we bring back as well.
Thank you. Councillor Beale.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When I saw this, I thought, well, this is very interesting. I was a little surprised that it wasn't a notice of motion and that, you know, coming in as late as it did, but anyway. So I'm pleased to hear there's been discussion with staff because I was concerned, and now that we're moving into planning for a full OCP as well, the staff has capacity to have a look at this. But I appreciate your comments that this is simply to get information from staff. It wouldn't all be written in stone at this point in time.
That's right.
No.
They're
Okay.
they're the experts.
That's very, very helpful. You know, I've often thought that a name change would be nice. I don't think it automatically equals traffic calming. I mean, we've seen the benefits that have taken place on Alberni already with, you know, from the fire hall down towards the water. I mean, that is really quite pleasant. It's easy to cross the road. That addition of the four-way stop. So thank you to previous council for putting that in place. And the bump outs that took place prior to that with increased crosswalks, et cetera, have really slowed that whole area down, and it does feel like a center and one can cross the street without too much fear. So I think that there are other things that will actually have more of an impact, although I appreciate the marketing end of things and the branding end of things. But I think as Councillor Frass mentioned in a previous meeting, you know, there has been recommendations in the past to simply narrow the lanes, you know, on 19A, and that frees up space for a, you know, bike range. And it would all those other types of things will actually have more of an impact on traffic calming, but of course they're going to take much longer to actually get done. With that third section, you know, I did find it a bit confusing, but I presume that staff will sort that out. I was looking at it already is 50 from the bridge going into town. Areas before that, it's 60 kilometers, I realize, but that's also a section that has 0 driveways in a Parksville part of it, which I think is often a guiding factor there. There are a couple of driveways, but they're on the RDN part. And again, you know, I would hate to see, anyway, I'll just go on. I don't believe Jensen intersects 19A. So, but again, staff will, I guess, sort that out because I was confused by what was meant there. But I love part E, you know, reducing speed limits through all neighborhoods and Resort Drive. And I presume that those would be then roads that do not have a yellow center line. I mean, for many people, I think that helps people understand what is meant by a collector road or an arterial road, that generally speaking, those are roads that have a yellow center line. They often line up with a traffic light, And those are places that hopefully would direct more through traffic rather than neighborhood traffic. I think about the road that Councillor Frass lives on, and I think that should be just a really lovely little neighborhood street and to discourage people going through there quickly. So love that part E. I would love to see that. And like I said, some of the other ones in there I find a little bit confusing, but if staff is looking after this and if staff have indicated that they've got capacity to have a look at this, that's great. I am concerned not only for the businesses, but residents who do live on these streets, meaning Alberni and Island Highway. I imagine it will still be 19A, so that part is fine. I also understand that it's possible for a community to have sort of an alternate name, so whether or not it's the official one. So again, I'll leave that to staff, and if staff has capacity, then thank you very much.
A point of order, Mayor, we need a motion to extend, please.
Oh, how did it get to be that time? Yeah, we're okay. Yeah, let's call the question on the floor. All those in favor? All at once, yeah. All those in favor? Thank you. That's unanimous. Now, do I have a motion to extend? Councillor Wood moved, Councillor Gore seconded. We're now extended.
Need a vote.
Oh, sorry, we got a vote. Okay. Yes, all those in favor of extension? Okay. And opposed? Councillor Fraz and Councillor Grenz opposed. Thank you. Okay.
Sorry,
Next.
if we need a unanimous
Oh, yeah, we need unanimous.
to extend.
Oh, okay, so we're not extending?
We are adjourned. So we are essentially adjourned, Mr. Mayor.
If Councillor Grenz and Councillor Franz do not agree to extension, then we are adjourned.
If I may, I have to probably stop talking here, but if we're adjourned, we're adjourned. A notice of motion, yeah, we don't have time for a notice of motion today if we're adjourned, but you could bring forward a notice of motion at the next meeting.
Yeah, but sometimes those don't take.
If,
Back to the future.
if I may, we do have a motion that's time sensitive around the public hearing, but we are
Oh,
going to get that
right.
passed. But if I can make a recommendation that if council members that are staying would consider or reconsider approving, then that doesn't stop a council member from leaving early.
Yeah, well, I try, but
Sorry. Kiva, is there a motion, time sensitive motion? I don't have it with me.
Yeah, sorry, I know you can't hear me because you're on the call, but technically we were in committee for a period of time, so we're not really over on the council meeting portion, but if I may,
Okay, so-
Mr. Mayor, technically we were in committee for a large portion of today, so we're not almost 2 hours, so we're not really over on the
okay,
council.
but the other thing is that I understand the nature of the not granting it. If we could do if I can redo the motion to extend the council meeting for no longer than 15 minutes. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Wood. All those in favor? Thank you. Okay. Back to it. So, go fast, Councillor Wood.
I'm not going to read it. It's in the agenda.
Yeah, sorry.
you.
if-
Okay.
Wait, but I have a second one.
Do I have a seconder for that? For Councillor Woods?
We don't need, it's only a notice of motion.
You know,
And Mayor, I have a second notice of motion. I'll read it really fast if that's okay. It's very short. My second notice of motion is that council requests a brief staff report at the next council meeting summarizing the most recent EMO, emergency weather activation and response. And it's only a notice, so we don't have to vote on it. That's it.
I don't even, okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Fine. Do you understand? CAO? Yeah. Say it again.
Okay,
Just notice
Re-
the next week.
Read it out.
so it'll be voted on at the next meeting? My
Okay.
apologies, I'll
Yeah,
read my
I
email.
don't have it, so, but in the expedience of time, yes. So your other one, have we already done your other one, Council Wood? Yep. Done? We're good? You're good. Okay, so the other motion that we have that's time sensitive right now, that zoning and development amendment bylaw 2025, number 2000.155 be advanced to a public hearing to be held on Monday, January 19th, 2026, starting at 1 p.m. in the forum at the Parksville Civic and Technology Center, located at 100 Jensen Avenue East, Parksville, BC. I'd like to make that motion. I have a seconder, and I'll explain.
Just for matter of process.
Yes.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I believe that if a motion is coming to be voted on today without notice and on an agenda, we just have to vote on being able to adopt it tonight and then we can take it. Is that correct?
Technically, that has been the practice of this council, yes. It's not in the procedure bylaw, but it is the way you operate as a council.
Okay, so
So I'll move that we take this motion tonight. It
Okay.
wasn't on the agenda. is
okay,
all.
move, and I'll second it. Okay, and then all those in favor of hearing the, do we have to vote on it? Yeah, okay. All those in favor of hearing this motion tonight? Yes? All those in favor? The one I read out. Yeah, I just read it. Oh, you didn't? Okay.
So again, a question to CAO, why was this not amendment to the agenda at the beginning? Why at the end?
If I may, it was an error. We thought that it was contained in the original staff report, but what happened was the OC or the public hearing couldn't proceed because of the postal strike. So this is one of those items that had to be deferred. And normally what we do is the public hearing date gets set when you do the readings. But in this case, the public hearing was set and we had to cancel it because we couldn't meet the notice provision. So it was an oversight on our part that we need a council resolution to set the date. And so we're hoping to proceed with this applicant's public hearing on January 19th, and we don't have another council meeting in January to set the date prior.
No, it's 11. Didn't I write it down on the bottom?
It's for 1180 Resort Drive.
The one we have to lay on the posters, right? Yes, public hearing. Okay, so motion to accept hearing this motion tonight. Okay, all those in favor? Okay, thank you. Are there those opposed? See none opposed? Okay, so the motion on the floor is regarding, I already read it out, for the public hearing to be held for 1180 Resort Drive.
I'll second it.
Okay, it's seconded by Councillor Fraz. Any discussion? All those in favor? Thank you. That carries. Okay, now we're getting near 50 minutes. I'm going to delay the liaison reports to the next meeting, if I could, please. And I would like a notice or a motion to adjourn. Councillor Wood? Councillor Martin? All those in favor? Thank you. We're adjourned. No in camera today, folks. You actually get to
Happy
go
New
home.
Year.
Is that the